Chapter 311. Yushu found a small courtyard in the east of the city. It was originally for the students who were going to the capital to take the exam. Because the students who lived here moved out before they could take the exam in February, the house was empty. The furniture was ready-made. The kitchen fire was only sealed for a few days, so there was no problem with the feng shui. The landlord was an auntie who was over 50 years old. Her husband's surname was Yen. Her family had a vinegar business. She was very straightforward. When she saw Yushu dressed up and heard that she was an examinee of this year's Dian examination, her widowed mother came to the capital with her maidservant. She immediately agreed to rent the house to her. She took her to the village head's house on the next street to sign the lease and set the rent at 8 taels of silver a month. Yushu paid 30 taels of silver in advance. Auntie Yen also warmly helped her with the trivial things such as unpacking the quilt and making the bed. She asked her to bring people to live here the day after tomorrow. Yushu gave her another ingot of silver and left after thanking her. Yushu went out early in the morning. When she finished these things, it was almost dusk. She didn't have time to eat lunch. On the way back, she bought a roll on the street and ate it while walking home. This place was remote and there were no carriages, so she could only rely on her feet. At this time, Yushu misses her last life's carriage very much. It couldn't fly, but at least it had 4 wheels, so it was convenient to go anywhere. Fortunately, Zhao Hui's house was also in the east of the city, not too far away. When Yushu was about to walk to the door, a carriage passed by her and stopped. The coachman, Lao Chui, smiled at Yushu. The curtain behind the carriage was opened. Shui Rui, who had changed into casual clothes, jumped out of the carriage and walked to her. "Brother." Yushu was a little surprised to see Shui Rui. She thought he was busy with work these days. She didn't expect that he had time to come to see her. "Where have you been?" Shui Rui looked at her loose robe and remembered the day he met her in Autumn Osmanthus Lane. He remembered her appearance when she was setting up a stall on the roadside. Seeing her changed into a man's dress, he couldn't help but ask curiously. It's a long story. Let's go. We'll talk about it when we get back." Yushu didn't intend to hide the fact that Shui Rui had gone to the Ji family to steal someone, but it was inconvenient to talk on the street, so she led him to her home. There was still a long way to go. Shui Rui waved his hand and signaled Lao Chui to drive the car first, then slowly walked back with Yushu. Shui Rui was about half a foot taller than Yushu. The two of them walked side by side. One was tall and the other was slender. From the back, they looked like a pair of brothers who had a good relationship. "Why are you free today? Aren't you busy at the yamen? What about the Ji family's case? Is there a statement?" Yushu kept asking. It was true that Ji Huaishan had committed suicide, but the case had not been resolved yet. Yushu was very concerned about how to convict him. "This is what I wanted to tell you. The case was just decided this afternoon." Shui Rui tilted his head and looked at Yushu's expectant eyes. He hesitated for a moment. He said, Ji Huaishan was stripped of his post as the right judge of the Celestial Commissioner for leaking the Dian examination questions. He was demoted to a clumsy commoner. His whole family was sent to Gunzhou. He died because he was afraid of punishment. Considering that Ji Huaishan had made great contributions during his tenure as the Celestial Commissioner, the Emperor showed mercy and allowed his family to bury him. They were fined 1,000 taels of silver, but they were not sent out. As for Ji Xingxuan, due to insufficient evidence and junior eunuch Ren as a guarantor, she was not convicted of cheating. She was released from her home and will no longer be arrested. Even though Yushu was mentally prepared, when she heard the verdict, she still couldn't help but curse her grandfather in her heart. They really let their whole family off the hook. It wasn't that Yushu was heartless and wanted to see their family ruined to be happy. But this Ji family didn't have any good people. Now that they had formed a death grudge with her, staying in Jing City and not leaving would be a disaster for her. Shui Rui was also very clear on this point. When he saw Yu Shu's depressed face, he comforted, the right magistrate has already been defeated. The Ji family doesn't have a deep foundation in Jing City. Without Ji Huaishan, they can only tuck their tail between their legs. You don't have to worry about them finding you for revenge for the time being. Just a few steps away from the door of the house, Yu Shu stopped. She asked him worriedly, "Isn't there still Ning Wangyi?" She wasn't afraid of the current Ji family. She wasn't afraid of Ji Xingxuan, a defeated opponent. What she was worried about was Ning Wang, Lu Hao, who had come out at the end of the court to save the beauty. She wasn't arrogant to the point where she considered everyone beneath her. In front of true power, she was just an ant. Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He smiled slightly as he said, "Even though Ning Wang has feelings for Ji Xingxuan, he isn't stupid enough to openly support them. Also, the Twin Yang gathering of the second month is coming. He's busy recruiting talents and doesn't have the extra energy to manage other matters. Also, I'm here, what are you worried about?" Hearing the protectiveness in his words, Yu Shu laughed dryly as she scratched her neck. She didn't want to see Shui Rui go against Ning Wang because of her. "Right, what's going on with the Twin Yang gathering? That day at the restaurant, I heard you and the ninth prince talking about it. Didn't you say that the participants are all traitors? Why do I hear that there are also matters of the princes?" Yu Shu asked curiously. Last time, Shui Rui had told her that the Twin Yang gathering would start from the Dragon Festival on the second day of the second month and would last for 49 days. All the major trading halls in Enling City would participate. The traders of various families would gather here to compete for a golden plaque that was bestowed by the emperor with the title of number 1 hall in the world. "Oh, it's like this." Shui Rui stood at the door of Zhao Hui's house and explained to Yu Shu, "During the period of the Twin Yang gathering, it is during the release of the results of the Great Yen examination. It is also the time when the imperial examinations are held. And Ling City is home to the talents of the world. It is a grand occasion that only occurs once every 3 years. Other than the gathering of traders, there were also scholars and martial artists, competing with each other in the realm of knowledge. Because these traders, scholars, and martial artists have not yet entered official careers and have nothing to do with the state, they are not involved in forming factions for personal gain. Therefore, with the tacit consent of the emperor, during the period of the Twin Yang gathering, all the nobles in the capital, the powerful families, the trading halls, the academies, and the martial halls will participate and select talents for their own use." Hearing this, Yu Shu came to a sudden realization. Wasn't this Dual Yang Society just a talent exchange meeting? It was just that it was only held once every 3 years, so there were a lot of high-quality human resources accumulated. It was no wonder that all the princes were rubbing their hands together. After all, how could they miss this opportunity to openly recruit talents? So that's how it is. "I understand," Yu Shu nodded and said half-jokingly, "then I can also participate in this Twin Yang gathering. If I don't get into the Taisher Library, at least I have a way out in the future." To be honest, if she couldn't enter the Taisher Library, it was not bad to find a backer in this Twin Yang gathering. Shui Rui glanced at her and said lightly, "I have already booked you. Where else do you want to go?" Yu Shu was stunned for a moment. She muttered with a strange expression, "What are you talking about? When did I become yours?" Shui Rui frowned, "You forgot so quickly. You signed a contract with me. If you can't enter the Taisher Library, you have to obediently stay in my Wangji Tower to manage for 3 years. After his reminder, Yu Shu finally understood the meaning of his words. She coughed awkwardly. She had almost forgotten about this. If she couldn't enter the Taisher Library, she had to obediently work for great young Master Shui. Seeing the displeasure on Shui Rui's face, Yu Shu hurriedly giggled and said, "It's not that I didn't remember it in a moment. It's written in black and white, so it's useless even if I forget it. Shui Rui relaxed his brows and looked at her sensible appearance with satisfaction. He warned with a stern face, the Twin Yang gathering is indeed lively, but it is also very chaotic. There are crooks and honest people mixed in, and there are people from the Jianghu. If you want to go take a look, follow me. Don't run around alone. Do you hear me? Oh. Yushu answered as she counted the days in her heart. Today was the 25th, and there were only a few days left until the 2nd of February. The grand examination's results were released by subjects. If she remembered correctly, the first subject, Yili, would be released on the 4th day of the 2nd month, which was the 3rd day of the dual Yang gathering. When the results were released, there would definitely be a lot of excitement to watch. It was easy to imagine how many nobles would fight for the top 3 of each subject. It was a pity that she was too bad at Yili and was destined to not make it on the list. Otherwise, she could go and show her face. The two of them talked for a while in front of the door. He Fengji happened to come back from the medical center with a medicine box. Seeing Shui Rui, she politely walked up to him and asked, "Sir Shui is here. Why are you standing outside the door and not going in?" When Yushu was taken away by the Celestial Commissioner's officers in broad daylight, He Fengji was so anxious that she went around asking for help. It was Shui Rui who sent someone to inform them. Later, he and Jing Chen sent Yushu back. Seeing that his identity could no longer be hidden, Yushu asked for Shui Rui's opinion and told Zhao Hui, her husband, and Pei Jing that Shui Rui was the eldest son of the Shui family. She also specifically told them not to leak the fact that Shui Rui had stayed in Yang, so He Fengji changed her story. "I was just about to go in and have a seat. Did Dr. He just come back from the medical center? How's business?" After He Fengji invited Shui Rui in, he put on an amiable and approachable face. Yushu curled her lips. Even she had to admit defeat at this person's ability to change his face. He Fengji sighed, "As a doctor, of course, I hope that the fewer patients, the better. But I have to support my family, and I'm afraid that no one will come to see me and get medicine. It's really difficult." "Ha ha." Shui Rui smiled in understanding. Humans eat grains, and they also have emotions. Falling sick is a very common thing, and it follows this logic. There's no need for a physician to be too concerned about it, you just have to treat the patient well. Listening to his opinion, He Fengji nodded repeatedly, "You're right." As they were talking, they arrived at the entrance of the hall. He Fengji stopped and said to Yushu, "Take Mr. Shui to see Xiaoxiu first. I just made a prescription this afternoon. Go to the kitchen and tell them to brew it." He Fengji thought that Shui Rui was here to see Xiaoxiu. After he finished speaking, he took the medicine box and left. Shui Rui turned his head to ask Yushu, "What happened to Xiaoxiu?" Yushu's face darkened, he was pushed off his horse in the study hall and hit his head. Shui Rui furrowed his brows and looked angry. "What happened? Did someone bully him in the academy?" Shui Rui knew that Baichuan Academy only accepted children of high officials in the capital. So, he personally went to Academician Song early in the morning and asked him to take special care of Yu Xiaoxiu. He was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu didn't have a family background and would be bullied in the academy. Chapter 312. It's a coincidence. It's your old Shui family's brat who bullied our Yu family's child. Shui Rui was puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Yushu didn't want to say more. She said angrily, "I'm not sure either. Let's ask Xiaoxiu later." Yushu took Shui Rui to the room to see Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu, who had been unconscious for the whole night, had already woken up. He was lying on the bed, leaning over to reach the cup of water on the coffee table. The white gauze wrapped around his forehead was soaked in red, which was a bit shocking. "Xiaoxiu." Yushu stepped forward and supported him with one hand. She let him sit on the bed first. She frowned. Where is Shenma? Why are you left alone in the room? Xiaoxiu panted slightly. He leaned on Yushu's shoulder and whispered with his eyes closed, Go and boil some water for me to wash my face. Shui Rui came over and bent over to take a cup from the coffee table. He poured some water and handed it to Yushu. He motioned for her to feed Yu Xiaoxiu first and said, I see that there are only a few servants in your house. You can't even move your hands away from doing things. Now that you have enough money, why don't you buy a few more servants? At least, you can add a book boy for Xiaoxiu. Yushu thought about it. There were indeed few servants in the house. In the past, she and Xiaoxiu were used to doing things by themselves. They didn't need anyone to pour tea and water for them. But recently, it seemed a bit rushed. Yundo had to take care of the pregnant Zhao Hui, and the gatekeeper had to be responsible for cleaning the courtyard. Shenma was originally a servant who washed clothes, and she was arranged to do things in the room. In case there was an emergency, she couldn't make time for her. Thinking of this, she nodded and noted down the matter of buying a servant. Then she looked at Yu Xiaoxiu in her arms, pulled up the quilt on him, and said gently, Xiaoxiu, Brother Shui is here to see you. Yu Xiaoxiu opened his eyes and stretched his neck. Only then did he see Shui Rui standing beside the bed. He obediently called out, Brother Shui. Shui Rui gently stroked his hair and said, I heard from your sister. Someone pushed you off the horse and that's why you fell. Tell Brother Shui, who did this? Yu Xiaoxiu pursed his lips, turned to look at Yushu, and said in a muffled voice, It's that Shuiwenjia. Shuiwenjia. Shui Rui murmured the name. It sounded familiar. Then he thought that Yushu said that the person was from the Shui family, and he knew who it was. The Shui family did not have many branches and leaves, but in his generation, there were even fewer descendants. But there were a few people in the branch family. If he remembered correctly, this Shuiwenjia was the son of a cousin of his grandfather, which was the youngest son of his uncle. It seemed that he was raised in the southern water area. He only saw him at a family banquet a few years ago. It seemed that he had returned to the capital and happened to be studying with Yu Xiaoxiu. Shui Rui looked at Yu Xiaoxiu's injured head. He felt a little distressed. Compared to a cousin that he didn't know, Yu Xiaoxiu was more like a younger brother in his eyes. Why did he push you? Did he do it on purpose? Shui Rui asked. It didn't matter if it was an ordinary fight between kids. But if someone deliberately bullied Yu Xiaoxiu, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Yushu was also waiting for Yu Xiaoxiu to explain. She guessed that Shuiwenjia made trouble for Yu Xiaoxiu because of Ji Xingxuan's family. But she didn't know why they quarreled. Yu Xiaoxiu touched the gauze on his head and recalled what happened in the academy's shooting range yesterday afternoon. His face darkened and he said, I don't know what happened to him. When I was riding a horse, he rushed towards me and said sarcastically that you were ungrateful and framed Miss Ji family and killed old Master Ji. I said that Ji family deserved it and it had nothing to do with us. I even warned him that if he talked nonsense again, I would tell others that he was taken to an altar to worship heaven. Yu Xiaoxiu took a deep breath and endured the headache. He continued, then he suddenly came up and hit me. I was unprepared and fell off the horse. Sister, is there something wrong with Shuiwenjia's brain? It has nothing to do with him whether Ji family is good or bad. He doesn't need to stand up for them and bite people like a mad dog. Was he struck by lightning that night? He hasn't recovered yet. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't like to talk before because he felt inferior. In fact, he had a sharp tongue. Yushu and Shui Rui listened to the story. The former was furious while the latter looked at Yushu in confusion. Why did Shuiwenjia? Yushu knew what he was confused about. She explained, this young master of the Shui family used to live in Yang City and studied in Sanju's study house like us. He has a good relationship with Ji Xingxuan. When I sent Xiaoxiu to the academy a while ago, I happened to meet his mother who was taking him to school. He should have just returned to the capital city. Ji family has a funeral these 2 days. He might have gone there and heard someone gossiping about him, so he vented his anger on Xiaoxiu. Yushu's words were vague, but it didn't stop Shui Rui from understanding. He thought for a while and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Did he come to apologize for hurting you like this?" Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head slightly and said disdainfully, "I fell off the horse." He ran away faster than a rabbit when he saw what happened. I heard from Hu Tianer that he went to school as usual today as if nothing had happened. He didn't feel anything wrong at all. During the day, Yu Shu went out to run some errands. Hu Tianer came to visit Yu Xiaoxiu at noon and told him about Shui Wenji's current situation. Shui Rui glanced sideways and saw Yu Shu's sneer. His eyelids twitched. He knew that Yu Xiaoxiu was the apple of her eye. She couldn't touch him and she couldn't do anything to him. Now that he was hurt by someone maliciously, he didn't know how she would vent her anger. So he said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "You should recuperate first. When you're better, Brother Shui will accompany you to the academy and let him apologize to you in person." Yu Shu heard his words and raised her eyebrows. "Brother, you don't have to worry about this. I will teach that guy a lesson." She told Shui Rui the truth, but she didn't want Shui Rui to stand up for him. She had already thought about it. After 2 days, when Yu Xiaoxiu could get out of bed, she would find 2 ruffians in the suburbs and take them to the north of the city. Then she would lure Shui Wenji out of the academy and cover his head. At that time, she would let Yu Xiaoxiu beat him with a stick to vent his anger. Then she would take off his pants and throw him at the gate of the academy. Shui Wenji loved his face very much. He wouldn't make a big deal out of such a shameful thing. Even if he suspected something, he wouldn't be able to get any evidence afterwards. Yu Shu had done this kind of shady business when she was in school. As long as she knew the severity of it, there would be no worries. Shui Rui said with a smile, "How is it none of my business? Didn't you just say that my Shui family's people bullied your Yu family's child? Shui Wenji is my younger cousin. As his elder brother, of course, I have to control him. He must apologize to Xiaoxiu." Yu Shu thought, what's the use of apologizing? It doesn't hurt. I have to beat him. Shui Wenji is itching for a beating. Shui Rui noticed Yu Shu's disapproval with a single glance, and he intentionally said in the blink of an eye, "There's something you don't know. That uncle of mine is a strict person, and he has an upright temperament. If he finds out that Shui Wenji has injured someone, he'll surely bring out the clan's discipline. After this incident, he can't avoid having to lie on the bed for a few days. After that, he won't dare to act arrogantly and cause trouble again. What's important is to let little Xiao study in the academy peacefully." He didn't say that because he was worried that his cousin would suffer a loss at Yu Shu's hands, but he was afraid that she would be too heavy-handed and make things worse, making it hard to clean up. Moreover, he didn't want Yu Shu to be entangled with these grudges all day long and not be able to rest for a day. Hearing his words, Yu Shu hesitated for a moment. She looked down at Yu Xiaoxiu and asked coquettishly, "What do you think? Do you want him to apologize to you, or do you want me to teach him a lesson for you?" After all, Yu Xiaoxiu was a good boy, unlike Yu Shu who could not be offended. Although he was angry at Shui Wenji's behavior, he didn't want Yu Shu to make things difficult for others because of him. After following Yu Shu for so many days, he knew his sister's temper. If he really let her teach others a lesson, she might be very angry. So he said, "Shui Wenji is a lunatic. I don't want to lower myself to his level. I just want him to apologize to me. There's no need to teach him a lesson. Let his parents take care of him." Shui Rui saw that the boy was sensible and liked him. He laughed and scolded, "What Shuewenja? You even scolded Brother Shue." Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you. Brother Shue is a good man. How can that bastard be compared to him?" Shue Rui laughed and stopped teasing him. He turned to look at Yu Shu. Yu Shu was not a fool. After a while, she also understood what Shue Rui meant. At this point, if she insisted on teaching Shuewenja a lesson, she would be making things difficult for Shue Rui. Well, that's it. Let him apologize to Xiaoxiu later. Yu Shu thought for a moment and added, "By the way, let him pay for the medical expenses." He Fengji treated Yu Xiaoxiu. Of course, the prescription was good. This morning, Yu Shu also urged him to break a piece of the cloud Ganoderma and add it to the prescription. Shue Rui nodded and said, "That's right." After talking for a long time, Yu Xiaoxiu felt dizzy and hissed. Yu Shu hurriedly helped him lie down and coaxed him. He Fengji just came in and checked his pulse. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Yu Shu left Xiaoxiu in his care and took Shue Rui to the next room to talk. Yu Shu told Shue Rui that she went to the Ji family yesterday to rescue Aunt Shui. After Shue Rui heard this, he actually didn't know what to say to her for a time, and he wanted to scold her for acting rashly. It just so happened that besides this, there was no better way to allow his mother to escape, and he could only feel fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, she wasn't caught on the spot. "I went out today to find a house for my mother to live in. My godmother is pregnant and the Ji family might come at any time. It's not convenient for her to live here. I've already taken a look at the house. After 2 days, I'll clean it up and let her and the maidservants move in to avoid the limelight for a while." Shue Rui never doubted Yu Shu's efficiency. He had just talked to her about this the night before yesterday and she had already settled the people in today. She said that she didn't need help and she didn't need help. Even a man like him couldn't help but be impressed by her nimbleness. "Eldest brother, are you staying for dinner?" The sky was dark. Yu Shu looked outside and asked Shue Rui. "No, I have an appointment with Zhao Miao and the others tonight. I'm going over now." Shue Rui rushed over from the Supreme Court in the evening. He wanted to tell Yu Shu the verdict of the Ji family's theft case. He also wanted to meet her and have a chat. Seeing that she didn't continue to be depressed because of the separation with Jing Chen the day before yesterday, he was relieved. In the end, he didn't ask Yu Shu if Jing Chen came to see her yesterday. Although he really wanted to ask, he was patient. Chapter 313. Shue Rui went to visit Yu Xiaoxiu. When he was free the next morning, he asked the steward to prepare a visiting gift and took some time to visit that uncle of his. Without beating around the bush, Shue Rui directly mentioned that Shuewenja had injured someone in the academy. He said that Yu Xiaoxiu was his friend's younger brother, but he didn't say much about Yu Shu. He just deliberately said that Yu Xiaoxiu's injury was more serious. In fact, Yu Xiaoxiu's head was bleeding and bedridden. "To tell you the truth, although my friend doesn't have a strong family background, she is stubborn and doesn't fear the nobles. She insisted on going to the magistrate to ask for an explanation, but I happened to see her and stopped her. Otherwise, if this matter was blown out of proportion, people would gossip and say that our Shue family took advantage of our power to bully others. This bastard. Someone, go to the academy and call the second young master home." Just as Shue Rui had expected, this cousin uncle of his that had a bad temper exploded into rage, and he sent people to the academy to get Shuewenja back on the spot. Shue Rui tried to persuade him, "Don't be angry. Wait for him to come back and ask him. Maybe he will hurt someone." Shue Rui knew the reason why Shuewenja fought with Yu Xiaoxiu, but he didn't say a word. Baichuan Academy was not far from the mansion, so a carriage was sent to pick him up. Shue Rui sat down and drank 2 cups of tea before he came back. Master, the second young master is back. Let him in. Shui Rui turned around to look outside the door, and he saw a young man around the age of 15 or 16 walking in. The young man wore a pair of bright red boots, and he wore a brown and gold-colored cotton shirt. His complexion was white like jade, and his appearance was extremely good. However, his expression was impetuous, and he didn't seem to be someone great. Seeing this good-looking cousin, Shui Rui vaguely felt that he was familiar, as if he had seen him before, but he couldn't remember where. Father, are you looking for me? Shui Wenjie was in the middle of class when he was called back. He heard the scolding at the door and knew that it was not a good thing to come back, so he lowered his head as soon as he entered the house, afraid that he would make his father unhappy. Bastard, can't you see that your eldest cousin is here? Hurry up and greet him. Uncle Shui reprimanded unhappily. In the past, his son had been raised in his father-in-law's hometown, and he had only seen him a few times a year. Now that he had been brought to his side, he was afraid that his son would be spoiled by his loving mother, so he was very strict with him. Eldest cousin. Shui Wenjie stared blankly for a moment, then his face stiffened. He hadn't forgotten that last summer, his eldest cousin had gone to Yiyang City to propose to the Ji family. At that time, his mother had even brought him to a guest house to pay a visit. When he found out about this, he had made a big fuss, but in the end, he hadn't been able to see his eldest cousin. Although he later heard that the marriage didn't go through, he still didn't have a good impression of this eldest cousin. In his impression, the other party was a hedonistic son of rich parents who wanted to lay his hands on the person he liked. Shui Wenjie raised his head and saw a young man dressed in brocade sitting on the left side of his father. The young man looked a few years older than him, and he had a smile on his face. He looked like a hypocrite, and he even looked a little familiar. Shui Wenjie ignored the familiarity and secretly felt disdain. He thought that this eldest cousin of his had a flirtatious look on his face, and he didn't look like a good person at all. Why are you still in a daze? Under the pressure of Uncle Shui, Shui Wenjie reluctantly called out, eldest cousin. Wenjie, Shui Rui nodded his head, his tone was intimate, and he did his best to put on a good show. You've been living away from home in the past, and we haven't seen each other often. In the future, if you have the time, let's visit each other more often. There aren't many children in the Shui family to begin with, and we should take care of each other even more. Uncle Shui nodded his head repeatedly. Although he was in a fit of anger, he didn't forget to take the opportunity to get closer to the Buddhist library. That's right. A while ago, I wanted to bring him to visit your grandfather, but I heard that the old man was unwell, so I didn't visit. Is he all right now? If it's convenient, I'll bring this little rascal to see you later. Grandfather is in good health, there's no need for fourth uncle to worry about him. Shui Rui pointed at Shui Wenjie, reminding him of the important matter. Let's get to the bottom of this matter first. Uncle Shui then turned his head to look at Shui Wenjie, his face darkening as he questioned him. Tell me honestly, did you cause trouble at the academy the afternoon before yesterday, and hurt someone? Shui Wenjie was staring at Shui Rui, cursing in his heart. When he suddenly heard his father's question, he was dumbfounded. In an instant, the image of Yu Xiaoxiu falling off the horse and falling with his head covered in blood appeared in his mind, and his expression began to panic. No one knows a son better than a father. Looking at his son's expression, Uncle Shui knew that it was true, and angrily slammed the table. You dare not say a word after hurting someone, how dare you? Do you know that you almost killed someone? He's lying unconscious on the bed right now, and he's about to report you to the authorities to arrest you, do you know that? Shui Wenjie was frightened by these two sentences, and his face turned pale. He stammered, Father, I didn't do it on purpose, he fell off the horse himself, it has nothing to do with me, I didn't push him. Shui Rui frowned. Yu Xiaoxiu would not lie about this matter, it was clearly this Shui Wenjie who pushed him off the horse, and now he's still trying to quibble. Why does fourth uncle have such a disappointing son? Fourth uncle, I heard from that child's classmates that many people saw with their own eyes. It was Wenjia who hit him first, and pushed him off the horse, Shui Rui said to Uncle Shui with a face of embarrassment. On the surface, it was obvious that he was worried for Shui Wenjia, but in reality, he was trying to expose his lies. You're talking nonsense. As soon as Shui Wenjia saw Shui Rui, his fear disappeared, and he said angrily with a red face, It was he who fell off the horse himself. Shut up. Uncle Shui roared, and he glared at Shui Wenjia, you unfilial son, you have no respect for your elders. Not only did you hurt someone, but you also dare to lie in front of your father. If I don't teach you a lesson today, sooner or later, you'll do evil things like murder and arson. Go get the family punishment. I'm going to teach this bastard a good lesson today. Shui Wenjia had seen the power of the family punishment. Seeing that his father was going to get serious, he was so scared that his legs softened, and he almost knelt down, but because Shui Rui was present, he didn't want to lose face in front of his rival in love, so he braced himself to resist. Fourth uncle, calm down, don't get angry, Shui Rui pretended to persuade a few words, but in fact, he was waiting for Shui Wenjia to be beaten, so that he could report to Yushu later. Not long after, the steward came with the family punishment, a horse stick as thick as 2 fingers. At the same time, Shui Wenjia's mother, Lu, also rushed over. Master, why are you so angry? If there's anything, can't we talk it out? Why do you have to beat a child? Wenjia, quickly kneel down and apologize to your father. Lu must have known the temper of her uncle Shui, who cried as soon as he came over, so she hugged Shui Wenjia, hit him twice, and pushed him to kneel down. However, Shui Wenjia was stubborn, and he didn't lower his head no matter what, and he even said with grievance, what kind of father is he? He left me outside for more than 10 years, and as soon as he came home, he beat me and scolded me. If he wants to beat me, then he can beat me. If he beats me to death, I want to see how he can have another son. His attitude was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Uncle Shui was originally putting on a show in front of Shui Rui to teach his son, but at this moment, he was truly enraged. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed the riding stick before hitting Shui Wenjia's body, and he cursed as he hit Shui Wenjia. Mrs. Lu cried as she tried to stop him, and the servants were at a loss of what to do. They didn't dare to pull their master back, and the room was instantly in a mess. Unfilial son. Master, please stop. Mother, don't stop him, let him beat me to death. Seeing the situation, Shui Rui didn't rush forward to stop Shui Wenjia. He silently counted how many times Shui Wenjia was hit by the stick, and after he fell to the ground, he coughed and went forward to pull Uncle Shui back. He used a bit of strength to take the horse stick away, and gave it to the steward to take away, lest he really hurt someone, and that would be boring. Under Shui Rui's dissuasion and Lu's tears, Uncle Shui angrily stopped, and looked at his only son with love and hate. Tell me, why did you hurt people? Wenjia, hurry up and tell me, don't make your father angry, Lu pushed his son and urged him. Shui Wenjia sat on the ground, clutching his shoulder in pain. His eyes were full of tears, and he said tremblingly, It's their fault, I didn't do anything wrong, they killed Xingxuan's grandfather, and made her suffer. After listening for a long time, Uncle Shui still didn't understand what he meant, but Lu somewhat understood. A few days ago, the old master of the Ji family passed away, and someone was sent to their mansion to inform them. She remembered their old friendship, and the day before yesterday, she took Shui Wenjia to the right magistrate's residence to mourn. She also heard some inside information. It seemed that the Ji family was in trouble today, and they were framed. His son also liked the 4th miss of the Ji family, so he must have gotten into an argument with someone because of this. Stop talking, Lu was quick-witted, and quickly interrupted Shui Wenjia, lest his feelings for Ji Xingxuan be revealed, so she wiped her tears and said, Master, it's this child's fault. Tomorrow, let him go to the family to apologize. It's my fault for not disciplining him strictly. If you want to punish him, I will listen. But nephew Gu is here, don't let him laugh at you. Shui Rui also said, Fourth uncle, don't be angry, I have already persuaded my friend not to report to the authorities. As long as Wenjie apologizes to the family, and prepares a generous gift, this matter will be over. Uncle Shui glared at Shui Wenjie fiercely, and sighed to Shui Rui, thank you for coming here, otherwise I would have been kept in the dark. If this matter is blown up, it will be shameful. Tomorrow, I will let this bastard go to apologize to the family, of course, it will be the best if it can be reduced to a small matter. It wasn't that this cousin Uncle Shui was afraid of trouble. If it was an ordinary person, then Shui Rui would just beat him up, and he would actually not go to the extent of taking it to the extreme. But Shui Rui had stood out after all, and he knew that Shui Wenjie wouldn't let the matter rest if he didn't give an explanation. So he forcefully caught Shui Wenjie and beat him up. After the agreement, Shui Rui bade farewell and did not stay to meddle in other people's family matters. Before he left, he looked at Shui Wenjie on the ground and shook his head inwardly. With this temper and style, even if he used the name of the Shui family, he would still be at a disadvantage when he walked in Anling City in the future. He could only hope that he would learn a lesson this time. After Shui Rui left, Uncle Shui sent him out, leaving only Shui Wenjie and his mother in the room. Lu called for servants to carefully help Shui Wenjie up and back to the room. She called for someone to call for a doctor, and after dismissing the servants, Lu Shi asked her son alone, Wenjie, tell mother, the day before yesterday evening, mother brought you to the Ji family to mourn. Who told you that old Master Ji was killed by someone? Was it that girl Xingxuan who told you? Shui Wenjie avoided the wound, grimacing in pain as he lay on the bed. He said unhappily, Mother, it was not Xingxuan who said it. She doesn't like to speak ill of people behind their backs. Then who? Chapter 314. On the morning of the 27th day of the first lunar month, Lu took Shui Wenjie and followed Shui Rui to the Yu family to apologize. Uncle Shui didn't show up in person for the sake of his reputation, but he warned Shui Wenjie to apologize to them before he left. Shui Wenjie was beaten yesterday. Although he was very unwilling, he knew that he had to go, so he could only go with Lu with his head drooping. Yu Shu had received a notice from Shui Rui yesterday afternoon. Knowing that someone would come during the day, she put off the matter of picking up Aunt Shui and specifically waited for Shui Wenjie. He Fengji went to the medical center early in the morning. Zhao Hui went back to her room to sleep after breakfast. Yu Xiaoxiu drank his medicine and lay in bed. At this time, Yu Shu was in charge of the family alone. She didn't tell Zhao Hui and her husband about the inside story of Yu Xiaoxiu's broken head, so she could solve this matter without them. The sun had just risen, and a ray of light shone through the door of the north-facing south living room. Yu Shu was wearing a loose robe and her hair was tied up in a bun. She sat on the master's seat and looked coldly at the mother and son standing in front of her. Shui Rui, on the other hand, stood at the side and acted as a peacemaker. He stated the purpose of his visit today, and Mrs. Lues pushed Shui Wenjie's shoulder and asked him to apologize and admit his mistake. Shui Wenjie's eyes reddened the moment he saw Yu Shu, and there wasn't a trace of guilt on his face. Instead, he looked like a fierce dog that couldn't wait to pounce and bite her. Her son refused to speak, so Lu said awkwardly, Miss Yu, Wenjie didn't hurt your younger brother on purpose. It was a mistake. He is still young and ignorant. I hope you don't take it to heart. I heard that your younger brother was seriously injured. How is he now? Is it convenient for me to see him? Yu Shu stood up and glanced at Shui Wenjie. She said in a deep voice, My younger brother was lucky to escape this disaster. Now he is lying in bed and can't move. If Madam wants to see him, please come with me. After that, she took them to Yu Xiaoxiu's room in the backyard. Lu was originally doubtful about Yu Xiaoxiu's injury, but when he saw Yu Xiaoxiu lying on the bed with a pale face and the shocking red gauze on his head, his face turned pale on the spot. He thought that his son almost died, so he was shocked and scared. Shui Wenjie also had a guilty look on his face. Yu Shu only let them look at the door for a while, and then she took them out to the outer room to talk. She didn't want to disturb Yu Xiaoxiu's rest. "Madam, you can see that my younger brother has been unconscious and bedridden since he was sent home the day before yesterday. If it wasn't for my godfather's proficiency in medicine, he might have died. I won't hide it from Madam, I am very angry. I originally wanted to go to the officials to seek justice. Your Shui family is a big and powerful family, and I can't afford to offend them. However, I lost my father when I was young, and I only have this younger brother to rely on. If something really happens to him, I won't have anything to live for. What's there to be afraid of?" Although he knew that Yu Shu was putting on an act, Shui Rui couldn't help but frown when he heard the end of her story. As a woman, Lu was naturally more soft-hearted. When she heard Yu Shu's sorrowful words, she felt a bit of sympathy. She blamed herself even more. She reached out and hit Shui Wenjie twice and scolded, "You evil creature, you still haven't apologized to Miss Yu." Shui Wenjie stammered and reluctantly said, "I didn't mean to hurt him. I'm sorry." Seeing his attitude that was asking for a beating, Yu Shu's eyes flashed and she coldly snorted, "My younger brother is lying in bed right now. Do you think you can get away with just an apology?" Shui Wenjie's face stiffened. Just as he was about to get angry, Lu hurriedly interrupted, "Miss Yu, I brought a lot of medicinal herbs and tonics today. I hope you can take them and take care of your younger brother's body. If you need anything in the future, just send someone to our residence to get them." Yu Shu had a disdainful expression, "Madam, you look down on our family too much. My godfather is a doctor and has been given the title of Magical Hands and Loyal Heart by the Emperor. My maternal uncle is the deputy manager of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. Our family doesn't lack medicinal herbs. Hurry up and take the things you brought. Our family doesn't lack these things." When Lu saw how stubborn Yu Shu was, he awkwardly turned his head and cast a pleading look at Shui Rui, indicating for him to help. If it was an ordinary person, as the wife of the Shui family, she wouldn't beg others in such a low voice. However, on the way here, she had heard Shui Rui talk about Yu Shu's background. She knew that the young girl had a good relationship with the outside world, but she couldn't fall out with her. She could only use the soft approach and not the hard approach. Shui Rui coughed and persuaded in a timely manner. Shu, big brother knows that my little cousin brother is in the wrong in this matter. With little Xiu's current state, it's natural for you to be angry and hateful in your heart. But can you give me face and not pursue this matter any longer? We'll deal with it as we should in private." Yu Shu looked at him and said to Lu, "For the sake of my eldest brother, I cannot argue with you. However, there is something that Madam must tell me today." Seeing that she had relented, Lu hurriedly said, "Miss Yu, please speak." Yu Shu turned her gaze to Shui Wenjie and asked with a frown, "I heard from Xiaoxiu's classmate that your son had an argument with my younger brother the other day. He claimed that we were ungrateful and that I was the one who killed Lord Ji of the Right Magistrate's estate. I want to ask your son who was the one who talked nonsense in front of him and urged him to seek revenge on my younger brother." Yu Shu dared to guarantee that this matter had something to do with Ji Xingxuan. Otherwise, how could an outsider like Shui Wenjie know about the private affairs of the Ji family? Shui Wenjie kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Lu was annoyed that his son was muddle-headed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Miss Yu, please don't blame him. Wenjie grew up in the south. Because his maternal grandfather's family has a good relationship with the Ji family, they usually get along better. 2 days ago, I went to the Ji estate to pay my respects and brought this child with me. He probably heard the gossip of the servants in the estate, which is why he had this misunderstanding. This Lady Shue's words were watertight and Yushu couldn't find any flaws. However, at this time, Shuewenja muttered, "What misunderstanding?" She was obviously the one who framed the good guy. His voice wasn't loud or soft, so both Shuerui and Yushu heard it. The latter immediately pulled a long face and sneered, "What is Sir Shue saying? Why don't you speak louder? I didn't see you being polite when you were hurting people, but now you're acting like a turtle hiding in its shell." Shuewenja's face turned red. After enduring for a long time, he finally broke down because of Yushu's insult. "I said that you were the one who killed him. You're an ungrateful person. What's wrong with that?" After Shuewenja shouted, the room became quiet. But, before Mrs. Liu could reprimand Shuewenja, she raised her hand and fiercely slapped his face. Slap! Slap! One slap wasn't enough, so how could Yushu let go of this opportunity? While they were still in a daze, she slapped Shuewenja's face again. She had a lot of strength in her hands, so the two sudden slaps stunned Shuewenja. He tilted his head and covered his burning cheek, not knowing how to react. The corners of Shuerui's mouth twitched a couple of times as he helplessly looked at Yushu. He knew that she wasn't willing to suffer even the slightest loss. "Wenja!" Liu cried out in alarm and hugged his son. As he looked at his son's face, he turned his head and angrily said to Yushu, "Miss you, what are you doing? You've gone too far." Yushu shook her numb hand and looked at Shuewenja's cheek, which had instantly become red and swollen. She felt a lot better in her heart and bluntly said to Liu, "Compared to what your son has done, the 2 slaps I gave him are light. He hurt my younger brother first and then slandered me. How can I tolerate him? These 2 slaps are for my younger brother. Although it's not as painful as what he has suffered, I won't pursue the matter of him hurting my younger brother for the sake of Madam's concern for your son. I hope that Madam will teach him well when you go back, so that he won't cause trouble in the future and harm others and himself. You can leave now. I still need to take care of my younger brother, so I won't see you out." Yushu reached out with one hand to the door and impatiently began to chase them away. She had slapped someone's son's face in front of their mother and still spoke in such a righteous and magnanimous manner. It was likely that only Yushu would do something like this. You dare to hit me." Shuewenja finally reacted. His face and ears were red as he glared at Yushu with a pair of ox eyes that were spewing fire. "Wenja, shut up." Liu gritted his teeth and scolded. He grabbed Shuewenja and glanced at Yushu with a dark expression. Then, he led the servants outside the door and dragged the furious Shuewenja away. Shuerui didn't leave with them. He stood at the door and watched them leave. Then, he turned his head and said to Yushu, "Why did you do this?" He originally wanted to let this matter be resolved amicably, but she deliberately offended someone, as if she did it on purpose. Yushu sat down and took a sip of tea. Her angry expression changed and she calmly said, "You also saw it. He asked for it. It's not like you don't know my temper. If it wasn't for Shuerui's face, she wouldn't have let Shuewenja off so easily. She only slapped him twice." Shuerui shook his head. He didn't know what to do with her. He walked to sit opposite her and said, "My cousin is very insensible. He must have been instigated by someone. That's why he made things difficult for Xiaoxiu." Shuerui didn't say who it was. Yushu already knew who it was. She sneered, "I was still hoping that he would be peaceful for 2 days. Who would have thought that he would find trouble for me so soon? It seems that if I don't let him go, he won't let me go either." It's not like Yushu didn't suffer from Ji Xingxuan. She was always caught off guard. It really made her angry. Today, she slapped Shuewenja twice. Half of it was because of Ji Xingxuan. Shuewenja deserved to hit the muzzle. Shuerui didn't want to see her angry because of this matter. So, He changed the topic. "Oh, right. Didn't you say that you found a house for your mother? Is it ready?" Yu Shu said, "I want to go and have a look today. When it's ready, I will bring my mother in." "Oh, right. The day before yesterday, you mentioned to me about buying a servant. I asked godfather and godmother. They said that it's possible. They want to buy a study boy for Xiaoxiu. They also want to buy a maid and a manservant. But I don't know where to find a maid. I also want to find an old maid to cook for my mother. Big brother, please help me." Chapter 315. Jiang Zhonghua had been working in the traditional Chinese medicine department of Ning County People's Hospital for nearly 30 years. Now that he was an associate chief physician, he was a bit tired. Ning County People's Hospital mainly focused on Western medicine. Due to the relevant regulations, they had to set up a traditional Chinese medicine department, but they didn't pay much attention to it. So the patients who came to see the doctor were basically the old, weak, and disabled who couldn't afford the expensive medical fees. After all, the price of the common medicinal materials of traditional Chinese medicine was much lower than those who used intravenous drips, chemotherapy, and surgery. And the doctor's income depended on the number of patients and the medical fees. So compared to those popular departments, Jiang Zhonghua's life in Ning County People's Hospital was really bleak. So he always hoped that he could be transferred to Ning County People's Hospital, or Guan City People's Hospital, but he didn't have a strong connection. Although Ning County People's Hospital was under the jurisdiction of the health system, and Luo Han didn't have a strong backer in the health system, Luo Han's backer was the current secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, who was also a senior official in the health system of the province. Therefore, Jiang Zhonghua had every reason to believe that if he took good care of Grandpa Axayan this time, he could successfully build a connection with the Axayan family, and further gain Luo Han's favor. Maybe Luo Han would be happy and use his own connections to transfer him from Ning County to Guan City. After all, he had enough qualifications, and his medical skills weren't too bad. He was just not as good as Professor Wu. But in the traditional Chinese medicine department of Ning County People's Hospital, he was also a leading figure. Moreover, Jiang Zhonghua clearly remembered that when Luo Han came in, he said that Grandpa Axayan's illness would only be treated by Professor Wu from tonight to tomorrow morning, but after that, he still had to rely on Jiang Zhonghua. Grandpa Axayan's crooked mouth and nose was a chronic disease. When Professor Wu came, he only carried out the first and most important emergency treatment to suppress the symptoms. But as the saying goes, getting rid of diseases is like pulling silk. This kind of disease couldn't be completely cured in a day or two. After all, Professor Wu was a professor in Shanghai Chinese Medicine Hospital, and he had to see a lot of patients, so he couldn't stay in Ning County for too long. Therefore, Grandpa Axayan's recuperation still depended on Jiang Zhonghua. Therefore, as long as he took good care of Grandpa Axayan and successfully made friends with Luo Han, there would be hope for him to advance. At this moment, traditional Chinese medicine Dr. Jiang was incomparably glad. He was glad that in front of Brother Bao just now, in order to protect Uncle Liang who stole the immortal spirit spleen wine, he had done his duty as a doctor and also boldly proved Luo Han's explanation, slightly gaining Luo Han's favor and laying a good foundation for him to get closer to Luo Han. Therefore, after making a promise to Luo Han, traditional Chinese medicine doctor no longer had any scruples. After turning around, his footsteps were more powerful and brisk than before. His old face also became lively, positive, and confident from the original calmness. Sure enough, it didn't take more than 8 minutes. Jiang Zhonghua medicine doctor led 2 beautiful female nurses to bring the 2 bowls of black, steaming medicine that Professor Wu had ordered. Only then did Luo Han knock on the inner door, informing Uncle Liang that the danger had passed. Perhaps Uncle Liang had already heard the commotion outside from his room, so he immediately opened the MDF door, which wasn't very thick. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Xiao Luo, Xiao Chen, I've really troubled you too this time. Then, Uncle Liang glanced at the two young men who were still standing at the door. His eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a unique skill, Xiao Luo. Luo Han felt that Uncle Liang's way of doing things was a little different from Uncle Axan and Uncle Axan. He was quite free and unrestrained, so he immediately smiled modestly. It's nothing. In fact, it's mainly because they were too careless. He then looked into the room and saw Dr. Wu, who was calmly putting the golden needles into the needle bag. Uncle Wu, the medicine is ready. Do you want to drink it now? After putting away all the golden needles, Dr. Wu calmly turned around and nodded with satisfaction. The patient's physical condition is good, so the most dangerous moment has passed. Luo Han subconsciously looked at Big Boss Axan, who was lying on the bed. Sure enough, the crooked mouth, nose, and eyes on the old face had returned to their original positions. There was a serene red color on his face, and his breathing was quite stable. There was no sense of urgency or difficulty like when he first saw him. Last time, when Luo Han delivered medicine to Hu Baifeng's father-in-law, he didn't go to the ward after Dr. Wu's treatment, so he couldn't compare. However, just from the serene face and the steady breathing, Luo Han felt that the medicine should be good. However, Dr. Wu looked at Uncle Liang approvingly. You're quite fast. Let the patient drink the bowl of medicine first, and after a quarter of an hour, when the medicine takes effect in the patient's body, pour a cup full of immortal spirit spleen wine into a small porcelain cup and feed it to him. Then, every 6 hours, drink it according to this method. If there are no accidents, he can be discharged in a week. Hearing this, whether it was Uncle Liang, Uncle Axan, or second Uncle Axan, they all showed a bit of joy on their faces. Aunt Axan couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this is really amazing. I heard that there were people in our village who had this disease before, and it would take at least a few days for them to get better, and 2 weeks for them to be discharged. Just now, Dr. Jiang also said that it would take about a month." Dr. Jiang smiled at the side. In fact, if the medicine is right, the normal crooked mouth and nose will obviously get better in a few days, and basically, he can be discharged in 2 weeks. However, your father is a little old, and he has been stimulated, so there are other hidden dangers in his body, so I just said a few more days. However, Professor Wu's medical skills are superb, so it's normal for him to be cured in advance. Chen Xiao glanced at him with a faint smile. I understand what you mean, Dr. Jiang. Logically speaking, a month's recuperation is actually not too long. However, my grandfather is not used to staying in the hospital, so we are naturally happy that there is a better way. Chen Xiao naturally knew that Dr. Jiang must have made a false statement about a month's time. However, when Dr. Jiang was facing the two young men, he still did his duty as a doctor, so Chen Xiao only vaguely pointed at him. The Axian family was not a rich family, and their financial situation was just average, even in the village. They were also used to being diligent and thrifty. A month's hospitalization fee in the People's Hospital of Ning County was at least tens of thousands. Even if Grandpa Axian could really afford it, how could he be willing to pay so much? Dr. Jiang just smiled embarrassedly. In the early morning, Yu Shu sat beside Yu Xiaoxiu's bed, holding a bowl to feed him medicine. Yu Xiaoxiu had been lying in bed for 3 days, and his face finally had some color. Except for the occasional dizziness that he couldn't move, it was not a big deal. "Sister, are you still going to see Mother today?" Yu Xiaoxiu asked. Yesterday, he heard from Yu Shu about the process of rescuing Aunt Shui, so he knew that she took her to a house in the east of the city to temporarily live. "Yes, I'm going out today. I have to buy an old maid to send to Mother. Xiang Sui can't do rough work, and they have to eat all day long. Oh, then when you see Mother, tell her that I have been busy with homework recently, and I will visit her later. Don't tell her that I hurt my head." "Got it." After feeding him medicine, Yushu went back to her room to change her clothes. Just when she was ready, she heard Mrs. Shen's hurried voice outside the door. "Miss, young Master Jing is here." "Oh." Yushu stroked her collar and turned around. She walked out with some surprise and went to the front yard to meet someone. She thought that Jing Chen had come at the right time. She was about to ask him for some knowledge on Shui. When she arrived at the door of the living room, Yushu looked inside and saw the person sitting in the living room. Her eyebrows trembled slightly. Jing Chen didn't come alone, and he brought someone with him. "Xiaoyu." As soon as Jing Chen saw Yushu, he stood up from the chair. Shui Yun, who was looking around the living room, turned her head and smiled at Yushu with him. "Miss Yu." "Miss Shui." Yushu nodded at the little junior sister Shui Yun, and said to Jing Chen, "Why did you come to see me today? What's the matter?" Jing Chen said, "I came to tell you that I will be moving to the princess estate tomorrow. There will be a banquet at the princess estate the night after tomorrow, and I invite you to attend." As he spoke, Shui Yun, who was beside him, took out a letter from Jin Zhanzhan and handed it to Yushu. "This is the invitation to enter the estate that day. Miss, you must be there." Yushu looked at the invitation that was handed to her, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. She felt that she and Jing Chen had suddenly become outsiders. Well, it should be like this. Yushu laughed at herself in her heart. No matter how close she was to Jing Chen, how could it be compared to his junior sister who grew up with him? In comparison, wasn't she an outsider? "Yes, I will be there." Yushu accepted the invitation. The group of thieves who murdered Jing Chen hadn't found any clues yet. Although Jing Chen now had the protection of the imperial family, she was still worried. There must be a lot of people attending the banquet at the princess estate. She had to go and take a look. Maybe there were people who wanted to harm Jing Chen among them. "Does Miss Yu have anything else to do later?" Shui Yun suggested. "If you're not busy, let's stroll around the capital together. Last time we went on a night trip, you couldn't come because you had something to do. You should be free today, right?" Yushu looked at her, and then looked at Jing Chen. Seeing the latter's expectant face, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. She had a lot of things to do here, so she didn't have the time to go out and play. Moreover, it would be awkward for the three of them to go together. Jing Chen could see that Yushu was in a dilemma. He also saw that she was neatly dressed and looked like she was about to go out, so he asked, "Do you have something else to do?" Yushu nodded. "There aren't enough servants at home, so I need to buy a few servants. I can't go shopping today. Maybe next time." Jing Chen looked disappointed, but Shui Yun asked with interest, "Where can I buy servants?" Yushu was speechless. She didn't know where to find human traffickers. Shui Rui only told her to wait for him at home and said that he would take her there. At this time, a shout suddenly came from outside the gate. "Miss Yu, is Miss Yu at home?" When Yushu heard that it was old Chui's voice, she turned her head and saw that there was a carriage parked outside the gate not far away. The curtains of the carriage window were hanging, and she could vaguely see Shui Rui sitting inside. "I'm here. Wait a minute, I'll go out now." Yushu responded, turned her head, and apologized to Jing Chen. "Brother Shui is here. Yesterday, we agreed that he would take me to buy servants. Jing Chen, you and Miss Shui can go shopping. We'll go together next time." Jing Chen looked at the carriage parked at the gate and also saw the figure sitting in the carriage. He didn't know why he felt a little restless. He turned his eyes back to Yushu's face and said without thinking much, "I'll go with you." "Ah." Yushu didn't expect that Jing Chen would propose to go with them. She was stunned for a moment, but then she heard junior sister Shui Yun clap her hands and say with a smile, "Yes, let's go together. I haven't seen selling servants yet." Could she say that she didn't want to go with them? Shui Rui's eyesight was excellent. Sitting in the carriage, his sight passed through the small open space in the front yard and directly saw the movement in the living room. He saw that Jing Chen and the junior sister from Dragon Tiger Mountain were there. He didn't know what they were talking about with Yu Shu. After a while, the three of them walked out together. Big brother. Yu Shu stood under the window, pointed at the two people behind her, and winked at him secretly. Jing Chen came to send me an invitation. Where are we going later? If it's convenient, can we take them with us? Yu Shu's original intention was to let Shui Rui find an excuse to refuse. She was going to do business, and she didn't want to play with junior sister Shui. She didn't know whether Shui Rui understood her meaning or not. He looked at Jing Chen and smiled gently. Greetings, Daozi. How are you these days? Jing Chen nodded and greeted Shui Rui. He was not good at saying polite words, so he just said, N. Shui Rui used one hand as a pillow on the windowsill and said intentionally or unintentionally, Shu and I are going to the offering house in the west of the city to pick some servants. If Daozi doesn't mind that place being noisy, you can come with us. Okay. Seeing that they responded, Yu Shu turned her back to Jing Chen and Shui Yun and stared at Shui Rui. Shui Rui smiled secretly but pretended not to understand. He asked her, what's wrong? Yu Shu said angrily, it's nothing. If you want to go, then go quickly. Get in. Shui Rui lifted his chin towards the interior of the car and gestured for her to get in. He then turned to look at Jing Chen and said, the interior of my car is narrow, so I won't invite you to squeeze together. I saw that Daozi also came in a carriage, so you can follow behind us. Let's go, Yu Shu and Jing Chen said and got into Shui Rui's carriage. She thought that since Jing Chen was accompanied by junior sister Shui Yun, she didn't want to join them. Jing Chen looked at the carriage curtain that was put down in front of him, and without saying a word, he took Shui Yun to the palace carriage across the street. Xixiang, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Sitting in the carriage, Shui Yun found that there was something wrong with Jing Chen. He was in a good mood when he left in the morning, but now he was obviously depressed. Jing Chen shook his head and didn't speak. He hung up the window screen behind him and looked at the carriage that slowly began to move diagonally across the street. Chapter 316. Probably because of Shui Rui's face, the supply house didn't dare to raise the price. Yu Shu spent 200 taels of silver to get by Rant's contract. Then she got a maid to serve tea, a guard to watch the door, and a housekeeper to sweep the floor and cook. It was almost noon. Shui Rui intended to go back to Wangjilu with Yu Shu. Seeing that Jing Chen and Shui Yun planned to follow them, he invited them together. The two didn't stand on ceremony and agreed. This time, 4 people were taken away. Except for the housekeeper who was going to be sent to Yanchui, the other 3 were going to be taken home. Yu Shu thought about it and asked Shui Rui to ask for a carriage from the supply house to send by Ran and others to Zhao Hui's house. After sending them away, Yu Shu looked at the remaining housekeeper and said to Shui Rui, eldest brother, I want to go to my mother's place. You and Jing Chen go to Wangjilu and wait for me. Let old Chui send me. Shui Rui looked at her and turned to Jing Chen, Daozi, do you still remember where Wangjilu is? Jing Chen nodded his head. He had been to that restaurant several times and knew the way. Shui Rui said, then you and Miss Shui go first. I will accompany Shu. Let's meet in Wangjilu later. After that, he didn't wait for Jing Chen to have any different opinions. He pointed to his carriage and let Yu Shu get on it first. Yu Shu hesitated for a moment and then got on the carriage. After thinking for a moment, she opened the curtain and said to Jing Chen, who was standing on the side of the road, see you later. Shui Rui also got on the carriage. The housekeeper was arranged to sit next to old Chui. The carriage slowly moved. Jing Chen watched the carriage disappear around the corner and then heard Shui Yun calling him. Senior brother, let's also get on the carriage. It's a bit cold outside. Shui Yun pulled Jing Chen's sleeve. The weather was fine in the morning, but now it turned cloudy. The cold wind blew at the intersection, making her face red. Jing Chen turned his head and saw her shrinking her neck. Then he remembered that she had just recovered from her illness, so he stopped thinking. He quickly let her get on the carriage. At the corner of Aunt Chui's house in the east of the city, Yushu asked Shui Rui to wait in the carriage while she led the housekeeper to the small courtyard. Aunt Chui escaped from the Ji family for a few days and found that Ji family didn't send anyone to catch her. Now that he was safe and sound again, he had nothing good to say to Yushu. He scolded her for being unfilial and blamed her for causing him to live a hard life. Yushu knew that this woman was snobbish. The results of the grand examination had not been released yet, so she did not have any scholarly honors. He didn't expect Concubine Chui to treat him well for the time being. He left Concubine Chui behind and left with a few pieces of silver. He didn't even mention to Concubine Chui that Yu Xiaoxiu had been pushed off his horse and was bedridden. She didn't expect her mother to be nice to her for a while. She left with some silver and left. She didn't even mention to Aunt Chui that Yu Xiaoxiu was pushed off the horse and was bedridden. Back in the carriage, as soon as Yu Shu sat down, she heard Shui Rui ask, "How is your mother? Is she used to living here?" Shui Rui was very clear about Yu Shu's family situation. He knew that the relationship between her mother and her daughter was not close, but no matter what, she was still the biological mother of Yu Shu and her younger brother. Shui Rui knew the situation of Yu Shu's family. He knew that she and her mother weren't close. But no matter what, she was still Yu Shu's mother. What's wrong with her? She eats well, sleeps well, and no one beats her. It's much more comfortable than the Ji family's woodshed. Yu Shu ridiculed. Hearing this, Shui Rui cleverly changed the topic. Is Xiaoxiu better today? Is he still dizzy? When Yu Xiaoxiu was mentioned, Yu Shu's face brightened up and she said, "Much better, but he doesn't have much energy. He needs to recuperate for a while before he can recover." Shui Rui nodded and took note of it. The two then talked about the banquet in the Princess Fu the day after tomorrow. This banquet is ordered by the emperor. There will be many guests that day. Why don't I go to Aunt Huai's house to pick you up first and then we can go together? Shui Rui suggested. Okay. Then I will wait for you at home the day after tomorrow. Yu Shu was happy to have Shui Rui accompany her. It was better than being alone. While they were talking, the carriage passed from the east to the north of the city and stopped in front of the backyard of Wangji building. The four of them sat at a table and had lunch. Originally, Shui Rui said that he would take them to a nearby theater to watch shadow puppets. However, Shui Yun seemed to have eaten something and was not feeling well, so Jing Chen had to take her away first. Yu Shu sent them to the backyard. Shui Yun got into the carriage first, while Jing Chen stood outside. Before leaving, he had a chance to talk to Yu Shu. "Xiaoyu, you don't know where the Princess Fu is. I will send someone to pick you up the day after tomorrow." Previously, Yu Shu and Shui Rui had agreed to go together, so she shook her head and smiled. "No need to trouble yourself. I will go together with Shui Dage." Hearing this, Jing Chen subconsciously frowned. He looked at Shui Rui who was standing behind Yu Shu. Seeing the two of them overlapping each other, he didn't know why his heart felt empty. "We are going back." Yu Shu watched Jing Chen's carriage leave. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know when she could no longer be as relaxed as before when facing Jing Chen. Shui Rui saw her every move. He was well aware of it, but he didn't point it out. He didn't explain it. He was waiting for Yu Shu to look down on their relationship and wait for the best time to make a move again. Let's go in. Since we are here, I will check the account. She turned around and said to Shui Rui. The two of them went back to the restaurant one after the other. Shui Rui slowly followed her to the second floor with his hands behind his back. Shui Rui planned to have dinner with Yu Shu and then send her back. But in the middle of the afternoon, his subordinates came to Wangji building in a hurry. Shui Rui was not a person who would forget his private affairs for the sake of public affairs. He immediately said goodbye to Yu Shu and went back to the Supreme Court with his subordinates. Of course, he didn't forget to ask Lao Chui to stay and send Yu Shu back. After reading the account book, Yu Shu planned to go home. But as soon as she went out, she bumped into the waiter Gui Lu. "Miss, there is a letter for you." Gui Lu took out a yellow envelope and handed it to Yu Shu. Yu Shu took it and opened it. She asked curiously, "Who is looking for me?" Gui Lu shook his head, "Nothing. It's a maid. She asked me to give it to you." Yu Shu's mind brightened. She knew what was going on. She opened the letter again and saw that it was written by Xia Mingming. There was nothing elegant in the content. Xia Mingming must know that she was a rough person. "Ashu, si Xinjia. We agreed to meet at the end of the month. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I will see you tomorrow." Ah. After reading the letter, Yu Shu patted her head. Things were so messy these days that she forgot about the meeting with Xia Mingming. Since the Lantern Festival, Xia Mingming and Ji Xingxuan went to Wangji building to make a scene and were caught by her. It has been half a month. They have been writing to each other, but they haven't seen each other in private. She heard from Shui Rui that Xia Mingming was going to be the 9th prince's wife. She was worried about her. She had to see Xia Mingming in person first. "Where is the person who sent the letter?" Yu Shu looked up and asked. Gui Lu said. He put the letter down and left. Yu Shu nodded and folded the letter. She put it in her arms. "Go and ask old Chui to send me home." Gui Lu said, "Ah." Not long after, he ran back with a dark red food box in his hand. "What is this?" Yu Shu asked while locking the door. Gui Lu smiled. "Young master asked the kitchen to stew it when he came this afternoon. He said that he wanted to bring it back for young master to eat." Chapter 317. Shui Rui brought Yu Shu to this place mainly to help Yu Xiaoxiu find a clean page boy to accompany her and find a few servants who knew her through and through. Secondly, he wanted to take this opportunity to take her out for a walk and change her mood. After all, the case of the Ji family had not been settled for a long time. She had a lot of troubles around her. She had nothing to do all day, and he felt tired for her. Who would have thought that they would coincidentally run into Jing Qin and little junior sister Shui Yun who came to look for Yu Shu? They followed them and disrupted Shui Rui's plan to travel together. But at the very least, she was now in his carriage and sitting in front of him. "Is the princess mansion repaired?" Shui Rui held his arm and pointed at the banquet invitation in Yu Shu's hand with his eyes. It was the one that Shui Yun had just given her in the living room. Without asking, he could guess what kind of banquet it was. Yu Shu nodded absent-mindedly and said, "Jing Chen will move from the palace to the princess mansion tomorrow. The banquet will be held the day after tomorrow. Why didn't you receive the invitation?" As the only biological son of Yun Hua Yi and the late Princess Royal, Jing Chen had gone through many difficulties to reach the capital city. Ever since he entered the palace and met the emperor, he had been showered with love and care. The huge mansion that Princess Liue had left behind was bestowed to this nephew of hers. Some time ago, it had been renovated and was only waiting for its master. Shui Rui smiled and said, "I wasn't able to trouble Daoist disciple to personally come and invite me. I presume the invitation was sent to the estate early this morning, but I wasn't able to obtain it because I slept in the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion last night." As he spoke, He reached out his hand and pressed the cuffs of his sleeves, which were embroidered with gold thread, until they were smooth, revealing a small portion of the snow-white lining. Yu Shu understood and gave him the banquet invitation. She came to her senses and asked, "By the way, you haven't told me where we are going today." Shui Rui opened the invitation and answered, "There is a residential house in the west of the city. I think you must have heard of it before." After listening to Shui Rui's general explanation, Yu Shu asked curiously, "According to what you said, this residential house is opened by the imperial court." Although it was said that when in Rome do as the Romans do, Yu Shu had only been an ancient person for a year. She hadn't started from scratch yet. She was still a stranger to the world. She was still very unfamiliar with the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to find a servant. Shui Rui nodded. Thinking of what happened in the residential house, he just smiled and didn't elaborate. Yu Shu saw that he didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask again. She turned to care about other things. "Eldest brother, what kind of study companion do you think I should find for Xiaoxiu? Is it someone older or younger?" In Yu Shu's view, this servant was not only a nanny for Yu Xiaoxiu, but also a playmate. She must pay attention to it, so as not to lead the only child of the Yu family astray. Of course, it was better to find someone older and sensible. Yu Xiaoxiu was 12 years old this year, so finding someone 13 or 14 years old was enough. "Don't worry, when we get there, you can choose one that you like." Shui Rui took a look at the time written on the banquet card and returned it to Yu Shu. He then turned around and took a glance through the window that was covered with green muslin at the back of the carriage. A horse carriage was following closely behind them. It wasn't far from Zhao Hui's house to the residential house. It was only a short distance, but Yu Shu hadn't been here before. On the way, they passed by several bustling streets and saw people selling snacks on the roadside. When the fragrance floated into the carriage, Shui Rui would ask the coachman Lao Chui to stop. He would bring 1 or 2 dishes for Yu Shu to taste. They also passed by Willow Bank Lake. There were spring flowers. Shui Rui would ask the carriage to slow down for Yu Shu to see, which wasted a lot of time. The journey that was supposed to take less than an hour had not even arrived after 2 hours. It was unknown whether Shui Rui did it intentionally or unintentionally, but he did not pay much attention to the people following behind him. Thus, along the way, the 2 carriages were separated by each other. Jing Chen only sat sideways next to the window, relying on his hearing ability to faintly hear a few conversations and laughter in front of him, but he did not see anyone. "Xixiang, the weather is getting warmer and warmer. It's a good time to go out and explore the spring. I heard from Chongyun that there are several Taoist temples outside the city. Why don't we find a day to visit them?" "Yes," Jing Chen answered. Shui Yun held her snow-white face with her hands and looked at the scenery outside the window. She then looked back at Jing Chen and smiled brightly. "Now that you have the Ode of Longevity to protect you, you don't have to be careful anymore. You don't have to be afraid that Kata Xing will attack you all the time. Hee, Xixiang, it's so good to sit face to face with you like this." These words inadvertently revealed Jing Chen's strange and unknown secret. This sister apprentice who had been looking for him all the way from Dragon Tiger Mountain actually knew it. Hearing her sigh and thinking of the time in the mountain, a smile appeared on Jing Chen's handsome face. He turned his head to look at Shui Yun and slowly said, "Shu allows you to go down the mountain to cultivate. Don't always think about playing around." After the banquet at the Princess Fu, I will ask His Majesty to send you to the Celestial Commissioner. Cultivating is the right thing to do. I know. Shui Yun pouted. Her black and white eyes turned half a circle. She whispered, "Of course I remember the right thing." As they were talking, the group finally arrived at the Celestial Commissioner's courtyard. The 2 carriages stopped on the opposite side of the street. Jing Chen got off the carriage and turned his head to see the carriage in front. Shui Rui was standing outside the carriage with one hand protecting the side of the carriage. Yu Shu didn't need anyone to help her. She jumped down and stood firmly. She raised her head and said something to Shui Rui before turning to look at him. There was still a smile on her face. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. The main gate of the Celestial Commissioner's courtyard opened to the north. There was a row of old poplar trees in front of the gate. Two neat and tidy manservants stood inside the gate, welcoming people in and out. "Is it here?" Jing Chen and Shui Yun walked forward and asked. Shui Rui nodded and led the three who had not seen the world into the main gate. He waved to a manservant who followed and walked towards the east courtyard with familiarity. The outside of the Celestial Commissioner's courtyard looked like an ordinary luxurious residence. There were no pavilions or pavilions on the inside. There were long corridors that led to flower halls and tea rooms. Along the way, Yu Shu saw several people dressed as stewards leading 2 or 3 or 5 clean and tidy people into different rooms. But because there were flower curtains hanging in front of the doors, she couldn't see what was going on inside. At the corner, there was a tea room with a bamboo curtain hanging in front of the door. It seemed different from the room they had seen along the way. Shui Rui stopped and reached out to push the curtain open. He first invited Jing Chen and Shui Yun to enter before walking in with Yu Shu. There was no one in the tea room. It was spacious, but the windows were bright and clean. There were no furnishings except for tables, chairs, and 2 paintings on the wall. Shui Rui gestured for them to sit down. Shui Yun sat next to Jing Chen. Yu Shu walked around the room before sitting on the empty armchair next to Shui Rui. She asked in confusion, "We are just sitting here. Don't we need to call someone to greet us?" Chapter 318. Yu Shu's group of 4 sat and waited for a while in a tea room in the consecrator courtyard. 2 cups of tea were exchanged before a middle-aged manager with hair and a brown fur collar walked in hastily, and he swept the room with a calm and collected expression before wiping off the sweat on his forehead. He felt strange in his heart that there were so many people here, yet he didn't know that the other 2 were here to join in the fun. He bowed towards Shui Rui and apologized. "I'm late, Lord Shui, please don't take offense." Shui Rui waited for a while, but he didn't look unhappy. He raised his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. How is it? Do you have a count of the people I asked you to choose?" Yu Shu often heard people calling Shui Rui, first young Master Shui, respectfully. Of course, there were also people calling him Lord Shui. It could be seen that Shui Rui preferred the latter. "Of course. Lord Shui asked someone to tell me yesterday. I dare not neglect it." The middle-aged steward hurriedly took 2 steps forward and took out the booklet from under his armpit. His fingers were sticky with saliva. As he flipped through the pages, he said, "There aren't many boys in the courtyard these days. There are only 4 who are well-educated, sensible, and well-behaved. I've picked them out. In terms of family background, the best is the grandson of the former Jiangzhou provincial governor, Bai Wei. He just turned 12 last month. He is good at painting and is good at both literature and martial arts. His family has a set of long boxing. His birth date is good and he is beautiful. He has been disciplined in the courtyard for a year and has a gentle temperament. If there is anything wrong with him, he just doesn't talk much." Listening to the steward's report, Jing Chen and Shui Yun, the 2 Daoist disciples, did not have any strange expressions. Only Yu Shu revealed a trace of surprise. She was here to pick a servant, so why was the talent that this steward mentioned was actually the descendant of an official? He did not look like someone who was suitable to be a study attendant. He was good enough to be adopted as a son. How much does it cost? In fact, Yu Shu didn't know much. The common servants referred to servants who had been sold. However, servants were also divided into high and low ranks. The better ones were the children of rich and powerful families. He had been educated since he was young, but he didn't let out much. Those who came close to it were poor people who sold themselves as slaves because of poverty or famine. Apart from that, there was also a type of servant who had a high status. He also had a good upbringing, his body was pure and clean, but because his family declined, he was reduced to a slave because of his crimes, and entered the Ministry of Revenue's slave registry, and was detained by the imperial court, unable to escape. They could only serve others as slaves, and this type of servant could never be bought outside. Even more despicable would be the prostitutes in the brothel. That's enough. You don't have to read them out one by one, Shui Rui interrupted the middle-aged manager. Bring the people you just mentioned to me first. Let me take a look at them. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. The middle-aged steward closed the booklet and turned to Yu Shu. Young master, young lady, please wait a moment as well. He retreated to the door and gave the order. Not long after, servants carried 2 small tables in. For treasures of the study were placed on the table, and a pair of cushions were placed on the ground. Yu Shu was puzzled about what was going on when she saw the steward who had just left leading a few people back in. Looking closely, there were 4 youths. Their figures weren't ordinary, but they all had good looks. Their heads were lowered, and her expression couldn't be seen. But their ages were about the same, and they wore cotton robes of the same style. Their colors were different, and the most eye-catching one was the one in the middle in a blue robe. His lips were red, and his teeth were white. He was very beautiful, and no one would believe that he wasn't a child raised by a rich family. Perhaps it was because of her preconceived notions that they were all full of energy, and Yu Shu had a cold heart. She didn't have much sympathy for their past experiences, and how they were reduced to slaves. She was only thinking about how much it would cost to buy such a book boy. If she didn't have enough money on her, she would have to borrow from Shui Rui. Sir, these are the ones. The middle-aged steward extended his hand and pointed at Shui Rui. He then turned to the 4 youths behind him and said, "This is Lord Shui from the Supreme Court of Justice, and also the eldest son of the Minister of State. There are also the other young masters and young ladies, why aren't you greeting them? Greetings to Lord Shui, young master, and young lady." Perhaps the steward had instructed them beforehand, but the 4 youths greeted them politely. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Shu had heard that they were either from a scholarly family, or that they had fallen to such a state after becoming an official, she would have thought that they were 4 young masters raised by some family, and that their parents had called them out to show off in front of the guests. Ta! Shui Rui wiped the teacup in his hand, and looked at them one by one. He then said to them, "You should be able to read and write. Write a poem for me to read." Yes. Yu Shu looked at the 4 youths sitting on the ground in front of her, writing at the small study table. Only then did she realize what the 4 treasures of the study were for. Bring their 8 characters and 4 pillars over. Taking advantage of the time they were writing their poems, Shui Rui took a piece of paper from the steward of the conclave and passed it to Yu Shu. "Take a look, see if there's anything wrong with it." Yu Shu nodded and carefully compared the 8 characters in her hand. She secretly calculated, but there was nothing that countered Yu Xiaoshu's fate. These youths didn't waste time. Soon, one of them finished writing a poem. The maidservant serving tea brought it to Shui Rui's hand. Shui Rui glanced at it, nodded, and handed it to Yu Shu. He casually joked, "This character's writing is better than yours. Take a look." Yu Shu glanced at him and looked at it seriously. Although she didn't know much about poetry, she could at least see that it was smooth. At least this 5-character sentence was something that Yu Xiaoshu, who had only been in school for a few months, couldn't write. "Miss Yu, let me take a look." Shui Yun stretched out her hand and asked Yu Shu with some interest. Yu Shu passed it to her and casually asked, "Does Miss Shui know poetry?" "I know a little." My father taught me. Shui Yun nodded and tilted her head to look at Jing Qin with a smile, but I'm not as good as senior martial brother. Miss Yu doesn't know, but my second martial uncle said that if senior martial brother went to the capital to take the imperial examination, he might be able to become the top scorer. Oh, is that so? Yu Shu turned her head to look at Jing Qin. Her mood was a bit complicated. She couldn't help but say, I've known you for so long, but I didn't know you knew poetry. After saying that, she felt that she had spoken too quickly. Her words sounded like she was complaining and more or less sounded a bit depressed. However, this was inevitable. No matter what, Jing Chen was the person she had liked wholeheartedly. He was a man who she had wanted to spend the rest of her life with. How could she just say that she didn't care? Jing Chen met Yu Shu's gaze. It was unknown if he had noticed something, but he seriously said, at that time, I lost my memory. I could even forget martial arts and Taoism, let alone these things. If I don't remember, how would you know? Yu Shu's eyes moved and she said in a low voice, that's true. Jing Chen still wanted to say something, but Shu Yun pulled his sleeve to look at the poem and diverted his attention. Yu Shu looked at the pair of martial siblings who had a close relationship in front of her and couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. When she turned her head, she happened to meet Shui Rui's dark and bright eyes. Her eyelids immediately twitched. Afraid that he would see through her discomfort, she coughed to conceal it and said, didn't you say that this place is interesting? How come I don't see it? Shui Rui moved his gaze away and casually pointed at a youth below. He said in a warm voice, tell me about your background. Chapter 319. Bai Ran's life experience wasn't strange, but it could be said to be full of twists and turns. His grandfather was once a high-ranking official, and he grew up in luxury. However, after his birth mother passed away, he was mistreated by his stepmother, and he suffered hardships at a young age. Later, his grandfather, Bai Wei, delayed the military plan in the northwest town 2 years ago, and angered the emperor. His entire family, old and young, were punished. Some died, and some became slaves. Bai Ran was sent to the upper house, and now it had been a year. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Yu Shu was engrossed in listening, and she sighed slightly with emotion and sighed with emotion. She even understood where the interesting Shui Rui spoke of was. Presumably, every single one of these young masters that had met with misfortune had a story to tell, and these stories of real people and events were much more interesting than those fake dramas fabricated by storytellers in tea houses. After the young master finishes, there is nothing else to talk about. After Bai Ran finished his story, his face became gloomy. He retreated to the side of the desk and continued to write poems. However, his mind had already flown to somewhere else. Yu Shu turned her head to look at Shui Rui. Shui Rui commented, Bai Weiwu was a wolf in the imperial court in the past. However, he was overconfident and stubbornly acted on his own accord. Due to a moment of carelessness, our imperial court was defeated by Wala in the battle at Wang City 2 years ago. His crime cannot be forgiven and brought disaster to his descendants. Yu Shu always thought that the Han dynasty was rich and the people strong. This was the first time she heard about the war in the surrounding areas. Only then did she know that the world was not completely peaceful. The whole country should not start a war. Winning or losing is heaven's will. Why should we blame people? Shui Yun suddenly said. Her words were very disrespectful. She said that the people who led the army should be blamed for the defeat. Wasn't that referring to the emperor? Everyone in the room turned their heads to look at her in surprise. However, she was calm and composed, as if she did not know that her words were shocking. At the same time, Jing Qin, who had not spoken much, did not change his expression. Miss Shui is a person of Taoism. Naturally, you are weak and do not fight. Alright, let's not talk about national affairs. Let's listen to the other people's life experiences. Shui Rui smiled and changed the topic. This also made the people in the room calm. A look of understanding appeared on her face. Yu Shu touched her chin and secretly glanced at Shui Yun again. She didn't know much about her junior sister in the Celestial Master Taoism. But from what he had said just now, perhaps he was a straightforward person. Following that, the remaining 3 boys each told their own personal experiences, but none of them were as euphemistic as Bai Ran's. Yu Shu compared their handwriting and always felt that Bai Ran's was definitely better, and his temperament was better. He had a good image and she liked him. If she brought him back, not only would he be Yu Xiaoxiu's study boy, he would even be able to teach him how to read and write. But it was because he was too good that Yu Shu felt something was wrong. She tilted her body and whispered to Shui Rui, "Big brother. What's wrong?" Shui Rui tilted his ear and heard her whisper. "In my opinion, this consecration courtyard was frequented by guests. With Bai Ran's character and appearance, why hadn't anyone taken her away for a year? Will there be any problems?" Yu Shu's worry was not unreasonable. After all, she bought him to accompany Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't want to bring any trouble back. Shui Rui also had this little doubt. Bai Ran had been taken care of very well in the consecration courtyard. It was reasonable to say that she should have been taken away long ago. There must be something fishy about keeping her until now. So he thought for a moment and put down the tea. He called the middle-aged steward to him and pointed at Bai Ran. His face was slightly cold. "Is this person clean?" Seeing his serious face, the steward hurriedly replied, "Clean, of course clean. What are you talking about? I'm scared and don't dare to deceive you. I won't hide it from you. This person is personally taken care of by me. Since last February, she hasn't even left the gate of the consecration courtyard. How could she cause trouble?" Shui Rui's complexion improved. He waved his hand to let the steward retreat to the side. Then he asked Yu Shu, "Have you seen him? Which one do you think is suitable?" When Yu Shu heard what the manager said just now, she felt a lot more at ease. She didn't waste any time and immediately raised her chin towards Bai Ran. She said, "Let's choose him. Based on his character, he should be compatible with little Xiu." After seeing good people, who would pick a bad one? The middle-aged steward had long seen that the person who wanted to buy the person was not Shui Rui. But he didn't care about anything. After all, in the consecration courtyard, the person who came was the master. If you can afford the price, you can take the person away. Shui Rui nodded and said to the steward, "Bring me his list and the indenture contract." The steward happily said, "Wait a moment, I'll go." Bai Ran, who stood below, heard their conversation, and her beautiful face suddenly went grim. She swiftly raised her head to glance at Shui Rui, and she shuddered without anyone noticing. Her lips trembled as she suddenly spoke in a low voice. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it was heard by everyone in the room. I'm not willing to sell." The corners of Shui Rui and Yu Shu's brows raised at the same time when they heard this. The manager walked to the door before turning around with an embarrassed expression, and he first smiled apologetically to Shui Rui and said, "Sir, please don't blame him. It's the first time he's met a guest, and he was too nervous and lost his sense of propriety. Please sit down. I'll take him to the back and preach to him. I'll bring him back later." With that, she winked at the servant at the door. Someone came forward and supported Bai Ran's arm. He wanted to take him out, along with the other 3 youths who were not chosen. Yu Shu clearly saw that among those who were submissive, only Bai Ran showed a struggling face. The youth's eyes were full of unwillingness, which made her heart inexplicably moved. After pondering for a moment, she called out to the steward, "Wait a minute, don't leave in a hurry. Let me ask him a few questions." The steward was hindered by Shui Rui, so he couldn't refuse. He had to stop the person and turn back to answer. You just said that you don't want to sell yourself. Yushu bluntly asked. Byran braced himself and said, yes, I don't want to go out and be a slave. I'd rather stay in this consecration courtyard for a lifetime. Yushu frowned. She couldn't tell what was strange. She vaguely felt that the reason Byran didn't want to sell himself was not because he couldn't bear to be a slave to serve others, but because of some other reason. Since you've entered the consecration courtyard, sooner or later you'll have to be a slave. Whether you're willing or not, it's not up to you. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Shui Rui could roughly see that Yushu was very fond of this Byran to be Yu Xiaoxiu's errand boy. She also somewhat cherished talents. So, with a good temper, he persuaded Byran, my sworn sister is taking you back, but not for any other purpose. She has a younger brother who is smart and sensible. He's about the same age as you, and he needs an errand boy to accompany him. Their family's elders were born in Xinglin, and they opened a medical center to save people. They're kind, and although they don't come from a rich and powerful family, they're still well off. My sworn sister is a barter, and in the past, she also had a bright future. If you go to her house, there's no better place to go. Other people wouldn't even come if they begged for it, so why wouldn't you be willing? Listening to his words, Byran was stunned. He looked at Shui Rui, and then looked at Yushu. His face revealed a sudden realization, but it disappeared in a flash. He lowered his head again. After a moment, he raised his head and asked Yushu, may I ask Miss Honorable surname and great name? Yushu stared at his expression and said, my surname is Yu, and my given name is Shu, without a character. Chapter 320. Presumably, because of Shui Rui's reputation, the residents of concubines didn't dare to raise the price. Yushu spent 200 taels of silver to obtain Byran's indenture. After that, she got a servant girl to serve tea, a guard to watch the door, and a servant woman to sweep the floor and cook. When it was almost noon, Shui Rui intended to return to the Forgotten Opportunity Tower with Yushu. When he saw that Jing Qin and Shui Yun intended to continue following them, he invited them as well. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony and accepted his invitation. This time, 4 people were taken away. Except for the housekeeper who was going to be sent to Yanshui, the other 3 were going to be taken home. Yushu thought about it and asked Shui Rui to ask for a carriage from the supply house to send Byran and others to Zhao Hui's house. After sending them away, Yushu looked at the remaining housekeeper and said to Shui Rui, eldest brother, I want to go to my mother's place. You and Jing Chen go to Wangji Lu and wait for me. Let old Shui send me. Shui Rui looked at her and turned to Jing Chen, Daozi, do you still remember where Wangji Lu is? Jing Chen nodded his head. He had been to that restaurant several times and knew the way. Shui Rui said, then you and Miss Shui go first. I will accompany Shu. Let's meet in Wangji Lu later. After that, he didn't wait for Jing Chen to have any different opinion. He pointed to his carriage and let Yushu get on it first. Yushu hesitated for a moment and then got on the carriage. After thinking for a moment, she opened the curtain and said to Jing Chen, who was standing on the side of the road, see you later. Shui Rui also got on the carriage. The maidservant was arranged to sit next to the coachman Lao Chui. The carriage started to move slowly. Jing Chen watched as the carriage disappeared around the corner. Only then did he hear Shui Yun calling him. Senior brother, let's get in the car too. It's a little cold outside. Shui Yun tugged at Jing Chen's sleeves. The weather in the morning was fine, but now it had turned cloudy. The cold wind at the intersection blew, making her face turn red. Jing Chen turned his head and saw her shrinking her neck. He remembered that she had just recovered from her illness, so he stopped thinking. He hurriedly let her into the car. When they arrived at the corner of Aunt Chui's house in the east of the city, Yushu asked Shui Rui to wait outside in the car and led the servant woman who was cooking to the small courtyard. Aunt Chui had just escaped from the Ji family for a few days when she realized that the Ji family hadn't sent anyone to catch her. Now that he was safe and sound, his sharp tongue came back. When he saw Yushu, he didn't have anything good to say. He scolded her for being unfilial and blamed her for making him suffer. Yushu knew that this woman was snobbish. The Dian examination hasn't been released yet, so she didn't have any achievements. He didn't expect Concubine Chui to treat him well for the time being. He left Concubine Chui behind and left with a few pieces of silver. He didn't even mention to Concubine Chui that Yu Xiaoxiu had been pushed off his horse and was bedridden. Returning to the carriage, as soon as Yu Shu sat down, she heard Shui Rui ask, "How is your mother? Is she used to living here?" Because the two met in Yang City. Shui Rui was very clear about the situation of Yu Shu's family. He knew that they weren't close, but no matter what, she was still Yu Shu and her brother's biological mother. He still needed to show his concern. What's there to not be used to? She eats well, sleeps well, and no one hits or scolds her. Compared to the Ji family's woodshed, it's much more comfortable. Yu Shu lightly ridiculed. Hearing this, Shui Rui cleverly changed the topic. Is Xiaoxiu feeling better today? Is his head still dizzy? When Yu Xiaoxiu was mentioned, Yu Shu's face brightened up and she said, "Much better, but he doesn't have much energy. He needs to recuperate for a while before he can regain his strength." Shui Rui nodded and took note of this. The two continued to talk about the banquet at the princess residence the day after tomorrow. This banquet was ordered by His Majesty. There will definitely be many guests that day. How about I go to Aunt Huai's house to pick you up first and then we can go together? Shui Rui suggested. Okay. Then I'll wait for you at home the day after tomorrow. Yu Shu was happy to have Shui Rui as her companion. It was better than being alone. While they were talking, the carriage passed from the east to the north of the city and stopped in front of the backyard of Wangji restaurant. The four of them sat at a table and had lunch. Originally, Shui Rui said that he would take them to a nearby theater to watch shadow puppets. However, it seemed that Shui Yun had eaten something and was not feeling well. So, Jing Chen had to take her away first. Yu Shu sent them to the door of the backyard. Shui Yun got into the carriage first while Jing Chen stood outside. Before leaving, he finally had a chance to speak to Yu Shu. "Xiaoyu, you don't know where the princess residence is. I'll send someone to pick you up the day after tomorrow." Previously, Yu Shu and Shui Rui had agreed to go together. So, she shook her head and smiled. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll go with Shui Dage." Hearing this, Jing Chen subconsciously frowned. He looked at Shui Rui who was standing behind Yu Shu. Seeing the two of them overlapping each other, he didn't know why his heart felt a little empty. "We're going back." As Yu Shu watched Jing Chen's carriage leave, she couldn't help but inwardly let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know when it started, but she couldn't be as relaxed as she used to be when facing Jing Chen. Shui Rui saw her every move. He was well aware of it, but he didn't point it out. He didn't explain it. He was waiting for Yu Shu to look down on their relationship and wait for the best time to make a move again. "Let's go in. Since we're here, I'll check the account." She turned around and said to Shui Rui. The two of them went back to the restaurant one after another. Shui Rui clasped his hands behind his back and slowly followed her to the second floor. Shui Rui planned to have dinner with Yu Shu and then send her back. But in the middle of the afternoon, his subordinates came to Wangji restaurant in a hurry. Shui Rui was not a person who would forget his private affairs. He immediately greeted Yu Shu and went back to the Supreme Court with his subordinates. Of course, he didn't forget to ask Lao Chui to send Yu Shu back. After reading the account book, Yu Shu planned to go home. But as soon as she went out, she bumped into the waiter Gue Lu. "Miss, someone sent a letter to you." Gue Lu took out a yellow envelope and handed it to Yu Shu. Yu Shu took it and opened it. She asked curiously, "Who is looking for me?" Gue Lu shook his head, didn't say. "It's a maid. She asked me to give it to you." Yu Shu's mind lit up and she knew what was going on. She opened the letter again and saw that it was indeed Xia Mingming's handwriting. There was nothing fancy about the content. It seemed that Xia Mingming also knew that she was a rough person. "Ashu, Si Xinjia. We agreed to meet at the end of the month. I've been waiting bitterly, but I've been waiting for so long. Ah." After reading the letter, Yu Shu patted her head. Things were so messy these days that she forgot about the meeting with Xia Mingming. On the day of the Lantern Festival, Xia Mingming and Ji Xingxuan had caused a ruckus at the Wangji Tower and were caught by her. It had been half a month since then, and the two of them had been communicating through letters, but they hadn't met in private once. She heard from Shui Rui that Xia Mingming was going to be the 9th prince's wife. She was worried about her. She had to see Xia Mingming in person first. "Where is the person who sent the letter?" Yu Shu looked up and asked. Gue Lu said, "He left the letter and left." Yu Shu nodded and folded the letter. She put it in her arms. "Go and ask old Chui to send me home." Gue Lu replied with an eh. Not long after, he came back with a red food box. "What is this?" Yu Shu asked as she locked the door. Gue Lu smiled. "Young master asked the kitchen to stew it when he came this afternoon. He said that he wanted to bring it back for young master to eat." Chapter 321. In the evening, when Yu Shu returned home, Yu Xiaoxiu had already met Bai Ran. From Bai Ran's mouth, he found out that Yu Shu had bought him a page boy. After dinner, Yu Shu called the people she bought today to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui kindly recognized them and assigned them detailed tasks to do. She also arranged a place for them to eat and sleep. Then, Yu Shu pretended to be a black face and reprimanded them a few words before letting them go with Shen Mama. After they left, Zhao Hui asked her about Bai Ran. Yu Shu said that Bai Ran was a scholarly son who had fallen on hard times. In the morning, when she took him out of the senior's courtyard, she told Bai Ran not to tell the family about his life. She was afraid that Zhao Hui would feel uncomfortable knowing that he was the son of the provincial governor's family. So, Bai Ran was very obedient and didn't say anything. Zhao Hui was a woman and couldn't read many words. When she heard that Bai Ran was literate and could read, she had a much higher opinion of him. She discussed with Yu Shu, "This child, I think he is a sensible child. His life is also pitiful. Since he is found to accompany Xiaoxiu, I think we shouldn't arrange for him to live in the servant's room. Let him sleep in the same room as Xiaoxiu. Boys also have something to talk about, so that Xiaoxiu won't have to lie in bed for a few days. What do you think?" Yu Shu nodded and agreed, as long as godmother thinks it's good. Yu Xiaoxiu's room was spacious. There was a small room opposite the hall, which was originally empty for the page boy. There was a set of simple furniture in the room. Zhao Hui asked Shen Mama to add 2 more quilts so that the bed could be made to sleep. Suddenly, there was a boy who was about the same age as him in the room. Yu Xiaoxiu did not have much resistance. This was inseparable from Bai Ran's gentle and quiet temperament. Of course, it was mainly because he was brought back by Yu Shu. In Yu Xiaoxiu's view, no matter what his sister did, it was for his own good. In the evening, Yu Shu looked after Yu Xiaoxiu's room for an hour and then went back to her room. She had been running outside during the day and was a little tired. She leaned against the headboard of the bed and read for a while with the classics. Then he fell asleep. On the other hand, Yu Xiaoxiu slept a lot during the day and couldn't sleep well at night. He supported his tightly wrapped head and sat up from the bed. He put on his clothes and got out of bed. Just as he was about to find a book on the table to read, he heard a soft voice outside the door. "Young master, have you rested?" After hesitating for a moment, Yu Xiaoxiu walked over to open the door and saw Bai Ran standing in the dim light. Bai Ran was looking at him with some embarrassment. The boy had not grown up yet, and he was at most 2 fingers taller than him. "Young master, did I disturb your rest?" Hearing such a polite boy call himself a villain and respectfully call him young master, Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his neck and shook his head uncomfortably. "No. I haven't slept yet." "I haven't slept yet, what do you want?" Bai Ran bowed her head and said, "I just got up to check the door and window. I saw that the light in your room was still on. So I asked about it. Young master is injured. Don't stay up late. It's better to rest early. If there's anything, just call me. I'm sleeping opposite you. I can hear you." Yu Xiaoxiu was the same as Yu Shu. "If you respect me, I will respect you tenfold." After listening to his caring words, he immediately had a good impression of Bai Ran. Just as he was bored and couldn't sleep, he moved sideways to make way for him and called him in. "I have been sleeping during the day. This will make me dizzy lying in bed, so I got up to find a book to read. Come and accompany me." When Yu Xiaoxiu was in Yiyang City, he was often bullied by others. Because his family was poor, he was often bullied by others. His temperament was eccentric and he had an inferiority complex. When he was a teenager, he was still a little gloomy. After he followed Yu Shu to the capital, his personality gradually became more cheerful. A boy of his age loves to make friends. He felt that Bai Ran was a newcomer and sold herself as a slave. She didn't even have a relative. "Yes, young master." Bai Ran followed Yu Xiaoxiu's intention and entered his room. He looked around the room. He had been here during the day. The size of this room, compared with his residence when he was a young master in Jiangzhou's Bai Mansion, was really small. However, even though the house was small, it had everything it needed. There was a desk, a bookshelf, a vase, calligraphy, and paintings. It had everything it needed, and it was clean and tidy. There was even a brand new short bow hanging on the wall. For a family like this, it was quite rare. It could be seen that Yu Xiaoxiu was very spoiled at home. "Don't stand, sit down." Yu Xiaoxiu pointed to the tea chair and took the lead to sit down. He opened the gauze button on the tea table. There were 2 plates of delicate and small desserts. They were brought back by Yu Shu from Wangji Building and were specially prepared for Yu Xiaoxiu by Shui Rui's order. A piece of suha blowing leaves and a piece of candied peach cake were Yu Xiaoxiu's favorite sweets. Yu Xiaoxiu had eaten a lot at dinner, so he didn't have time to taste the desserts. He was hungry in the middle of the night, so he picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He handed another piece to Bai Ran and said, "Try it." "Thank you, young master." Bai Ran had been taught in the Institute for Concubines for a year. He learned a lot about people's expressions. He could see that Yu Xiaoxiu liked him. He breathed a sigh of relief and took a bite of the dessert. The faint fragrance of lotus spread in his mouth. It was so sweet that he was stunned and triggered a vague memory. This dessert, well, what? Yu Xiaoxiu didn't understand what Bai Ran said, so he looked up and asked him. Bai Ran came to his senses and smiled implicitly. "This dessert is really delicious." Yu Xiaoxiu didn't think much and generously pushed the plate in front of him. "If it's delicious, you can eat more. Wait here, I'll go pour some tea." Then he stood up and walked to the bedside to pick up the teapot. Bai Ran saw this and hurriedly stood up to stop him. "Young master, don't move, let me do it." Seeing that he was flustered, Yu Xiaoxiu touched his head and sat back. When he came to pour tea, He stared at him for a while and suddenly said, "That, by Ran, right? My sister said that you should study with me in the future and see each other all day. Don't call yourself a villain in the future. I feel uncomfortable. What do you think?" Bai Ran, who was pouring tea, paused and raised his head to look at Yu Xiaoxiu. Under the light, his eyes met with Yu Xiaoxiu's simple and pure eyes. He couldn't help but grin and nod, "All right." Yu Xiaoxiu felt comfortable. He felt that he was a little closer to this fair and clean boy in front of him. He stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "My sister said that you can read. Did you go to school before?" Yu Xiaoxiu asked curiously. "Yes, I went to home school for 2 years. Bai Ran replied modestly. "That's good. I've only studied in textbooks for a few months. There are many words that I don't recognize." Yu Xiaoxiu said enviously. "There are words that I don't know either." "Young master, where are you going to school now?" "In Beichuan Academy. Have you heard of it? It's in the north of the city. When my injury is healed, I'll take you to the academy." "Oh, right, do you know how to ride a horse?" Chapter 322. Yesterday, Xia Mingming sent someone to deliver a letter to the forgotten airport. The next afternoon, Yu Shu went to wait for her as promised. Xia Mingming was very punctual. As soon as the sun set, she showed up. Yu Shu asked the shopkeeper in the front building, Old Lin, to keep an eye out for Xia Mingming. When Xia Mingming appeared, he immediately led her to the back building to meet her. Knock knock. Lin Fu knocked on the door on the second floor. Miss Xia is here." Xia Mingming stood outside the door, visibly excited. Her watery eyes stared at the door, waiting to see Yu Shu. "Let her in, the door isn't closed." Yu Shu was sitting in the living room with her legs crossed, drinking fruit tea. She could see the figure on the screen and had just responded when a yellow figure squeezed into the room. They looked at each other and realized that they had reunited. Yu Shu was still fine, but Xia Mingming could not help but pout. He looked like he was about to cry and felt wronged. Yu Shu was the most annoying person who made people cry. She frowned when she saw this scene. She didn't open her mouth to greet him, nor did it sound like she hadn't seen him for a long time. Instead, she sounded a little impatient. "Why are you still in the capital? Didn't you say that you wanted to go back to the south and find a remote mountain or forest to seek immortality?" What Yu Shu mentioned was a secret of Xia Zhang's family. It had been passed down by Xia Mingming himself. As of now, it was a somewhat old matter. Speaking of which, the Xia Zhang family was the leader of the southern school of Yi, but they didn't have many children. In recent years, there were signs of a lack of talent in the school of Yi, so the older generation came up with a rotten idea to send the girls of the family to the mountains to seek the Tao. This was akin to sacrificing the children to lure the wolf. As the Xia Jiang family's fifth miss, Xia Mingming was originally the Xia Jiang family's candidate for this generation to seek the Tao. However, Xia Mingming heard the news in advance and was unwilling to accept the fate of the rest of her life, so she ran away from home. She wanted to participate in the Triennial de Yen examination in the capital to escape. Who would have thought that she would suffer along the way? She became acquainted with Yu Shu and the others, forming a friendship through trials and tribulations. However, Xia Mingming dreamt that her fourth sister was murdered. After she contacted someone to warn them, the one who should die still died. The young lady of Xia Zhang's family was murdered in LoveLore Library. This case caused a sensation in Anling City for a while. When Xia Zhang's family received the news, someone in charge quickly came to the capital, so Xia Mingming was naturally arrested. After that, Yu Shu went to look for Xia Mingming, but Xia Mingming's father seemed to be quite wary of her. Yu Shu stopped her from seeing him. After not seeing him for a few times, Yushu also calmed down. Originally, she thought that the two of them would never see each other again. Who knew that they would meet again on the opening day of the Wang Ji building half a month ago? What made Yushu feel even more uncomfortable was that at that time, Xia Mingming and Ji Xingxuan, that girl, looked like two sisters. If she didn't know that Xia Mingming didn't know about her grudge with the Ji family, it was understandable that she would be won over by Ji Xingxuan, who was good at money and power. Just based on this point, Yushu would definitely not pay any attention to this former friend in trouble, no matter what Xia Mingming was secretly planning. She didn't want to make friends with an ungrateful wolf. "Ashu, I'm sorry for making you worry about me these days." Xia Mingming walked in front of Yushu with red eyes. Her two white and tender little hands were placed in front of her, not knowing where to put them. She was like a child who had made a mistake. She couldn't be blamed for this. From a moral point of view, she was indeed the one who had let Yushu down. Speaking of how Yushu treated Xia Mingming, there was nothing to say. They met by chance. She saved her life in the past and took care of her later. Coupled with their friendship, perhaps in Xia Mingming's eyes, except for her father, there was no one else in the world. Yushu was the one who was closest to her. What did I worry about? Don't flatter yourself. Yushu pursed her lips. She didn't want to admit that at the beginning, she was indeed worried about Xia Mingming's situation. But after she used the time of calamity to divine for him and knew that he was safe, she gradually put him at the back of her mind. Xia Mingming didn't mind Yushu's cold words. It was probably because she had written some things about herself in the letters she had sent to Yushu. It wasn't hard for her to speak now, but she was careful. Looking at Yushu's expression, she said, "Ashu, it's right for you to be angry at me. You treated me so well, but I left that day and didn't even send you a message. I've heard that you came looking for me, but you were chased away by my father. Don't blame my father. That's just his temper. He always thinks that others covet the benefits of our Xia Jiang family. I've told him many times that you're not that kind of person, but he doesn't listen." As she mentioned it, Yushu remembered that day when Qiu Biao and Bai Qing bumped into her in the capital and wanted to kill her. She went to the Xia Jiang family for help, but was rejected by the Xia Jiang family. She couldn't help but snort and say in a bad mood, "You're wrong. I'm that kind of person. The few hundred taels of silver that your father asked someone to give me as a reward is still in my cabinet. Since I've accepted the gift, we're even." Seeing her cold attitude, Xia Mingming was scared. She really wanted to break up with her. Her tears fell again. She was usually eloquent, but at this moment, she could only choke with tears. Don't be angry with me, Ashu." Sob. Seeing that she was crying so sadly, Yushu knew that she had scared her enough. She wasn't angry, but mainly to test how many old feelings Xia Mingming still had in her heart. If there were less, then she could save the rest of her words. After all, she wasn't someone who had nothing better to do. Why should she bother with a person who wasn't worth it? She could just say a few perfunctory words and send him away. Yushu's face softened. She sighed pretentiously. She stretched out her arm to hold Xia Mingming's cold little hand and pulled her to sit beside her. She casually grabbed the handkerchief on the table and wiped her face with it. Xia Mingming didn't realize that she was almost treated as a passerby by Yushu. Seeing that Yushu's attitude had improved, she was stunned for a moment and then cried even harder. It seemed that she wanted to vent all the worries and fears of these days. She held Yushu's hand that was wiping her tears and cried loudly on her shoulder. Hearing this devilish voice piercing her ears, Yushu had to exert a great deal of effort to restrain herself from turning hostile again. She raised her hand and then lowered it again, gently patting Xiang Xiaolong's back. Hitting someone with a stick and then giving them a carrot was her usual trick of coaxing people. It was effortless. Alright, I'm just teasing you. Alright, you brought people to my restaurant to make trouble, and you don't allow me to lose my temper. You're a big girl, yet your snot and tears are everywhere. Don't be ashamed. Don't cry, or your eyes will be swollen. If your father sees it when you go home, he will be suspicious. Did you sneak out today? N. Xia Mingming raised her tear-stained pear blossom head from her shoulder. It wasn't as embarrassing as Yu Shu said. Instead, she was beautiful. She nodded and sniffled, and, last time I made trouble in the restaurant, my father punished me to not go out. Ashu, you really don't blame me. Chapter 323. Xia Mingming had nothing to hide from Yu Shu. She knew about her marriage with the 9th prince before Yu Shu did. Now that she heard Yu Shu mention it, she didn't make a fuss. She looked dazed for a moment before nodding her head. Yu Shu saw that she didn't look happy or angry. She didn't seem to have any conflict with this marriage, but she didn't seem to have the shyness that a girl should have. Yu Shu couldn't tell what she was thinking. After all, not everyone had the idea that once you marry into a noble family, it's as deep as the sea. As an ancient person born and raised here, perhaps she felt that marrying into the royal family was a good thing to bring glory to her family. Then, do you like this marriage? Yu Shu's question was purely out of concern. Xia Mingming raised her head. There were still tears hanging in the corners of her eyes. There was a hint of ridicule in her eyes. It's not up to me whether I like it or not. This is His Majesty's grace. Yu Shu nodded. She immediately knew that Xia Mingming had accepted her fate. This was also good. In such a big family, how many people could make their own decisions? Moreover, marriage was a big matter, so it was best to be open-minded. Yu Shu originally planned that if this marriage was real and Xia Mingming was dissatisfied, she would try to persuade her. Of course, she wasn't going to persuade her to run away from home again, but to persuade her to think on the bright side. Running away from a marriage was just a joke in novels and dramas. It wasn't worth it to implicate the whole family for her own selfishness. I've seen the 9th prince. Yu Shu's words surprised Xia Mingming. You've seen the 9th prince. Yu Shu nodded and comforted him. That Highness looks like he's a man of few words, but he's actually quite generous and talented. Oh, do you still remember? On the day of the Lantern Festival, you came to my place to cause trouble. After that, there were a few riddles that you guys couldn't answer, and one of them was written by His Highness. Xia Mingming's expression became strange. She quickly asked Yu Shu which question it was. Yu Shu still had a little impression of it, so she told her the beginning. Xia Mingming continued, somewhat indignantly saying, that riddle was very hard to pronounce. I thought at the time that it must have been suggested by a man of many minds. Then, she thought of something and looked around the room. She pulled Yu Shu's hand and asked, who owns this restaurant? Why is it that even the 9th prince came to support us on the day of the opening? How are you managing things? Aren't you going to set up a stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane for fortune-telling? Yu Shu did not answer but asked, tell me first. What's going on between you and that Ji Xingxuan? Why did you suddenly come to cause trouble that day? It seems like you did it on purpose. Being stared at by Yu Shu, Xia Mingming didn't dare to look straight at her. He shifted his position uncomfortably and said awkwardly, I was just having fun on the spur of the moment. Of course I won't mess around. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and felt that it was necessary to make things clear to her. The Ji family met with an accident not long ago. Have you heard about it? Xia Mingming frowned and nodded. Although I didn't go out, I heard from my father that the right judge of the Ji family was corrupt and dared to steal the Dian examination questions. He was exposed and committed suicide in court to escape punishment. Yu Shu saw that she knew about it, so she skipped the explanation and told the truth, that's right. I was the one who exposed it. Xia Mingming's pair of jade-like eyes instantly widened. You? Yu Shu squeezed her somewhat cold palm and said slowly, I remember that you were very curious about my background at the beginning. I won't hide it from you today. My mother was originally a widow. A few years ago, she remarried into the Yi Shueji family in Yiyang City and became a concubine of the third master. Xiao Xiu and I were abused in his family. Later, I secretly became a disciple of a master and left his family. You are, Xia Mingming's face was full of disbelief. She originally thought that a capable woman like Yu Shu, even if she didn't come from a reclusive family, it was impossible for her to be taught by a small family. Who would have thought that her background was like this? Don't interrupt. Yu Shu reprimanded her. Xia Mingming obediently shut her mouth and listened to her. She pricked up her ears for fear of missing a sentence. You know what happened next. I brought Xiao Xiu to the capital to make a living. I wanted to live a down-to-earth life. Who knew that Ji Xingxuan, that girl, met me and recognized me? She happened to find out that I knew the secret of the 6 lines divination, so she came to tempt me to hand over the unique skill. I refused, so she went back to discuss with the old master. Since she couldn't tempt me, she threatened me. It was during the Diyan examination, so I signed up for it. Yu Shu roughly told the whole story of how the Ji family plotted to learn her 6 lines divination and used the Yili exam paper to force her to give in. She didn't add any details, but it was enough to make Xia Mingming gnash her teeth. After a long while, she finally said, really, really shameless. When it came to aristocratic families, Xia Jiang had hundreds of years of history and had a deep foundation. She disdained those unorthodox people the most. Xia Mingming had been influenced by what she saw and heard since she was a child. Regarding the Ji family's greedy behavior of plotting to learn other people's unique skill, it was not much more than burning, killing, and plundering. Moreover, she begged Yu Shu in every way to teach her the 6 lines divination. Yu Shu was calm. Seeing that Xia Mingming felt unfair for her, she pretended to be generous and waved her hand, saying, death is a big deal. The old master of the Ji family asked for it. Evil has its retribution, so let's not talk about his merits. As for the matter of him stealing the exam paper, I accidentally discovered it and was forced to report him. It wasn't a capital crime, but he wanted to protect Ji Xingxuan's innocence and brought about his own death. In short, I have already formed a deep hatred with the Ji family. I'm afraid that Ji Xingxuan is the one who wants me dead. I'm telling you all this to tell you that if you still want to interact with me in the future, stay away from that Ji Xingxuan. If you want to benefit from both sides, get out of my sight as soon as possible. Yu Shu's words were too harsh. She knew clearly that Xia Mingming was nervous, but she didn't soften. How could she not know what this girl was planning? It was because Xia Jiangying's murder case was too strange. She was unwilling to accept it and wanted to get close to Ji Xingxuan to find out the truth of the murder case. But how could a fox's tail be so easily revealed? Ji Xingxuan was a shrewd person. She must have already seen through Xia Mingming's ulterior motives. With her 4th Mrs. level, it would be a piece of cake for her to trick Xia Mingming. Xia Mingming could barely be considered as half a teammate now. In the future, they would fight monsters together and level up. How could Yu Shu stand to see her being tricked? Tricking Xia Mingming was the same as tricking herself. If she wanted to seek revenge for her sister, she could, but she had to train her body first. Yu Shu made her words clear. Xia Mingming was conflicted. In the end, her reliance on Yu Shu won the upper hand. Her eyes darkened. She thought to herself that revenge couldn't be rushed. The real culprit would be found sooner or later. She threw away the burden of her thoughts and shook Yu Shu's hand. In a soft and coquettish voice, she said, I'll listen to you. I'll stay away from her, all right. Chapter 324. Xiao Mingming was surprised when she heard from Yu Shu that Jing Chen was the famous Daoist in Anling City not long ago. Yu Shu told her about the friendship between Jing Chen and the Ninth Prince. She told her everything she could. As for what Xiao Mingming thought, she didn't care. When it was dark, Xiao Mingming reluctantly said goodbye to Yu Shu. She sneaked out when her father went out to visit friends today. If she was found late, she would be grounded for a few more days. Yu Shu knew that Xiao Jiang Helong didn't like her, so she told Xiao Mingming not to mention her in front of her father. After seeing Xiao Mingming off, Yu Shu and Lin Fu said goodbye and went home. Today, she didn't see Shui Rui for a whole day. Yu Shu guessed that there was a big case in the Supreme Court, otherwise he wouldn't have left in such a hurry yesterday. When Yu Shu got home, she went to Yu Xiaoxiu's room first. She saw Bai Ran sitting on a small chair beside the bed, holding a book in her hand and reading to Yu Xiaoxiu. She was satisfied and walked over. Don't read it. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. When Bai Ran saw Yu Shu coming back, he quickly stood up from the chair and stood aside with his head down. Daxiu. Yu Shu nodded to him. She looked at his submissive appearance and turned her attention to Yu Xiaoxiu. She took the clothes at the end of the bed and put them on him. She reached out and touched his head. How long did you sleep in the afternoon? Are you still dizzy? Yu Xiaoxiu replied obediently, I slept for a while after you went out at noon. Fortunately, I didn't faint today. Sister, where did you go in the afternoon? Did you go to visit my mother? Look, it was said that the old don't rest, the young don't have a conscience, but her son was much more conscientious than her mother. Yu Shu said, didn't I go there yesterday? I was busy this afternoon. Do you remember your sister? I saw her. Yu Xiaoxiu was surprised. Xiao Mingming. Didn't they say she went back to the south with her family? Why is she still in the capital? I didn't manage to leave. I was held up by something. Yu Shu didn't tell the child more about the inside story. After fooling him for a while, the maidservant came in with the food. Zhao Hui thoughtfully asked the servants to prepare 3 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, including Bai Ran. Under Yu Shu's invitation, Bai Ran sat next to the brother and sister in a somewhat reserved manner, eating without saying a word. Yu Shu was quite satisfied with his behavior. She didn't like to follow the rules, but that didn't matter. She liked people who followed the rules. The next day at dawn. It was rare for Yu Shu to sleep in. Zhao Hui's little maidservant, Yundo, stood outside her window. She knocked on the window lattice and softly shouted a few times, asking if she wanted to eat breakfast. When she didn't hear any movement inside, she went back to report. Zhao Hui was distressed that she had to run back and forth every day, so she didn't let people call her again. She asked Yundo to prepare a portion of breakfast and put it on the stove to keep warm, waiting for Yu Shu to sleep. Who knew that she would stay in bed until noon? Yu Shu slept too much. When she got up, her head was dizzy. After washing up, she walked around the courtyard. She walked to the door of the small courtyard in the west wing, hesitated for a moment, and then lifted her foot to enter. After a winter, the courtyard was no longer the same as when Jing Chen lived here. The trees in the courtyard had a layer of new buds, giving off a faint green color. The weeds in the corner had been cleared during the new year. The pair of red couplets in front of the door was still very new. She pushed the door open and entered. The furnishings in the room hadn't changed much. Since Jing Chen left, no one had lived in this room. Occasionally, when Pei Jing got drunk and stayed overnight, he would stay in the room next door. Yu Shu walked to the window and looked at the thick stack of books on the desk. Although she had never read these books before, she could recognize the names of the books. These were the Taoist classics that she had picked out from the exchange store and bookstore. At that time, in order to help Jing Chen recover his memory, Yushu had been scratching her head a lot. She casually flipped through the dusty books on the table, and it wasn't difficult to find the biography of Lu Yi. This was the only book that she bought for Jing Qin that had nothing to do with Taoism. It was a story about love between a man and a woman. She still remembered that on the night when he left in a hurry, this book was upside down on the table. In a daze, Yushu recalled that day. It was the first snowfall, and it was freezing outside. She crazily ran out to find Jing Qin, and in the end, she was almost frozen into ice. Now that she thought about it, she was really stupid. For a man, she even risked her life. Was this something stupid she would do? So stupid, so stupid. Yushu shook her head. Although she said so, she didn't regret it at all. She rearranged the books on the table, picked out the biography of Lu Yi, and put it in the drawer. After finishing all these, she went out of the room and closed the door. She took a deep breath, and her mind became clear. When the sun went down, Shui Rui came to Zhao Hui's house to pick him up. The coachman, Lao Chui, called the new gatekeeper to deliver the message. After a while, Yushu came out. Shui Rui had changed to another carriage today. It looked very gaudy from the outside, and it was spacious inside as well. It was enough to seat 7 or 8 people, but there were only 3 people in the carriage, so it was really a little empty. Oh, I have to mention that Shui Rui brought a manservant with him today, and he was sitting at the corner of the carriage with the curtains drawn. He looked very smart, and he seemed to be 15 or 16 years old. Yushu had never seen the servant beside Shui Rui before. She looked at him a little more. He was just a servant, so Shui Rui didn't introduce his name. He looked at Yushu, who was wearing a beard and had her hair tied up. He touched his forehead and regretted that he didn't remind her to dress up the day before yesterday. Tonight was the banquet, which was appointed by the emperor. It was the first time that Daozi appeared in public. Maybe there would be an imperial edict. None of the female guests dressed so casually. What's wrong? Yushu looked at Shui Rui. The way he looked at her was a little strange. Nothing. How is Xiaoxiu? Is he better? Shui Rui saw that she didn't seem to be aware of it. He shook his head and thought, forget it. He didn't want to talk about her. Anyway, the host of this banquet wasn't someone else. Yushu smiled, he's recovering well. Godfather said that in another 7 or 8 days, he can go to school. That's good, Shui Rui prepared to talk business with Yushu. This was the main reason why he took a detour to pick her up. There are a lot of people going to the Princess Fu tonight. Among the same generation, those who should come are all here. At that time, there will be many people asking about Daozi's arrival in the capital. The emperor has rewarded you before, so it's not small. There are many people here who know that you have done a meritorious service in escorting Daozi. If someone talks to you at the banquet, you just need to be polite. You don't need to say much to them, especially about Daozi's death on the road. Remember not to talk too much about it. Otherwise, there will be people who have bad intentions towards you. Yushu had long thought that this banquet wouldn't be easy. Maybe there were people who had bad intentions towards Jing Qin mixed in. After listening to Shui Rui's advice, she nodded and said, I know. Don't worry, I know how to deal with it. Chapter 325. Yushu could still remember when she first arrived at An Dynasty. She was at the Ji family's ancestral home and felt that the pavilions were very grand. Afterwards, when she strolled with Shui Rui to Prince Xiang's elegant and unique Dingbo pavilion, the Ji family's ancestral home was no longer pleasing to her eyes. Today, when she came to the Princess Royal residence again, the Ji family's ancestral home simply became a run-down courtyard. If one were to use women to describe the Ji family's old residence as a young lady who never left the front door, then the Dingbo Hall would be a graceful beauty. This Princess Royal's residence, which occupied a long street at the foot of the Huanghua, was indeed a beautiful woman with a noble and threatening air. Yushu held the invitation in her hand as she followed closely behind Shui Rui and entered the entrance of the princess residence that had just been repainted with gold not too long ago. Seizing the opportunity when Shui Rui was chatting with his acquaintances, she fiercely glared at the row of trees that were over 6 meters tall that were planted around the flower bed in the front courtyard. The crowns of the trees were connected above their heads, and they were lush to the point that they didn't care about the season. They were illuminated by the innumerable flower-winged golden chandeliers that hung above the garden, and they seemed like numerous dragons that had taken form as they circled in the air. She had followed Daoist Qingzheng before and had heard of such a precious tree. It grew in the courtyard and was green all year round. It did not bloom nor shed leaves, but its leaves could attract 3 wealth and gather 4 treasures. Its branches could suppress the 5 evils and ward off the 6 calamities. It was said that even in the face of natural disasters, if one hid under this precious tree, one would be able to turn misfortune into blessing. Because the crown of the tree rarely formed the shape of a dragon, the predecessors called this precious tree Dragon Court Wood. If anyone had such a precious tree in their house, they would wake up smiling even in their dreams and would probably have to sleep under this tree every day. Yushu concluded that the row of trees by the flower bed was most likely the Dragon Court Wood that Qingjing spoke of. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She thought to herself, good heavens, such a rare treasure is actually placed here to guard the door. After Shui Rui finished talking to the people, he turned around and saw that Yushu was staring in a direction. He looked over and did not see anyone, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Yushu pointed at the row of trees and asked him, "Do you know what kind of trees they are?" Shui Rui raised his head and looked at the huge canopy of trees, his face revealing a trace of admiration. Yushu was shocked when she opened her mouth. "It's the Dragon Court Wood, isn't it?" You recognize it." Shui Rui only glanced at her with a smile, and then followed the maidservant leading the way into the garden. Yushu rubbed her chin and followed. She wanted to ask him how he recognized this treasure, but then she thought about it. The Shui family was one of the wealthiest families in the capital. What kind of rare treasures had young Master Shui not seen before? Perhaps his family had one as well. "Brother Rui!" Someone shouted from behind. Shui Rui stopped with his hands behind his back. Yushu turned around and saw Feng Zhaomiao running after them. He was not surprised to see Yushu here. He grinned at her and said, "I haven't seen you for a while. How have you been? I heard from Brother Rui that you were injured. Have you recovered?" The young master of the general's mansion had some personal friendship with Yushu, so he was closer to her than ordinary people. Yushu saw him and was also very happy. She raised her hand and showed him her little finger that was wrapped with medicine. She said, "I haven't recovered yet." Feng Zhaomiao did not know that one of Yushu's fingers had been forcefully twisted off by the imperial astronomer's men. From the outside, he thought it was just a scratch on her skin, so he did not ask any questions. Inwardly, he thought, girls are always so delicate. The 3 of them chatted and walked to the door of the banquet hall together. They handed the invitation with incense to the eunuch who bowed in front of the door. They followed the eunuch's loud voice and entered the door. "The Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, Lord Shui is here." The eunuch only read one of Shui Rui's invitation. This was the rule. Feng Zhaomiao was a young master and did not have an official position, so he did not need to read it. Yushu was a commoner and she was an examinee of the Dian examination. She could only use it to fool the common people. Here, she was not even worth a fart. Yushu squinted her eyes because of the dazzling splendor inside. She looked around and saw the main character sitting at the front and surrounded by a table of people, Jing Qin, who was wearing a white jade robe. She quickly looked at the guests at the other tables and was not surprised that none of them looked familiar. Jing Chen's table was big and could seat 11 or 12 people. There were still a few empty seats. As expected by Yu Shu, she and Shui Rui were led by a waiter to that table. Yu Shu finally got a clear look at the other people at the table when she was almost in front of them. She recognized a few of them here. Needless to say, the 7th Prince Lu Hao and the 9th Prince Lu Tan, the other two young men with golden hair coiled into a bun, were certainly of the imperial generation. Prince Yang's youngest heir, Lu Jiong, and Princess Shiwen were sitting together. One was chatting with Jing Chen, while the other was pulling Jing Chen's youngest apprentice sister. Both of them had their palms open, as if they were reading palms or something. Since the beginning of the banquet, Jing Chen had been sitting like this, listening to their conversation. From time to time, he would look towards the door. When he saw Yu Shu enter the door, his face revealed a bit of a happy color. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly remembered Lu Tan's exhortations yesterday, advising him not to act too close to Yu Shu in front of others. Thus, he sat still and waited for her to come closer. Shui Rui is late. Congratulations on Dozi's relocation. Shui Rui first bowed to Jing Chen before greeting the princes. He was indeed delayed by official business and came late. Fortunately, no one present wanted to make things difficult for him and didn't mention drinking as a punishment. They all nodded and intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yu Shu behind him. Those who hadn't seen Yu Shu before could more or less guess who this unfamiliar girl was. Yu Shu and Princess Shiwen had some conflict. On the night of the Lantern Festival, they had pulled faces. Today, when they saw each other, Shiwen only shot a cold glance at Yu Shu. Yu Shu pretended not to see it. There were 2 empty seats next to Lu Tan. Shui Rui took Yu Shu to sit. Feng Zhaomiao scratched his head and looked left and right. He saw that the left side of Shiwen was still empty, so he moved over to sit. Yu Shu obediently sat down. When she raised her head, she could see Jing Chen. The two of them happened to be sitting face to face, separated by a large round table. When Jing Chen saw her raise her head, he cast his warm gaze over. Yu Shu pursed her lips and smiled at him. She then turned her attention to other places and didn't make eye contact with him. The banquet in the Princess Fu was more extravagant than Yu Shu had imagined. There were plates of delicacies and nectar on the table. If Yu Shu hadn't seen the world in Wang Jilu, she probably wouldn't have been able to recognize any of them. The small plates and bowls were all carved from white jade. They were so clear that people couldn't bear to dirty them. Yu Shu held the heavy jade bowl, afraid that she would accidentally break it. Behind her, there was a servant responsible for serving the dishes. She didn't need to reach out to pick up the dishes, so the servant added a small bowl for her. Unfortunately, she could only pick up 1 mouthful of each dish. It wasn't enough for her to taste. The chatter in the banquet hall didn't stop. The guests took advantage of the banquet to drink and ask each other about some news. Their eyes were all fixed on the main table on the east side, waiting for a chance to curry favor and become familiar with each other. Now in Anling City, there were few people in the court who didn't know that the emperor doted on this nephew who had just been found. Even the Princess Fu, which had been empty for more than 10 years, broke the rules and gave it to someone to live in. This Taoist master's background couldn't be underestimated. Not only was he a relative of the emperor, but he was also the descendant of Ez. He cultivated in the mountains since he was young and learned a lot of skills. Chapter 326. When Jing Chen was still a baby, he was sent to Mount Longhu by the royal family. He had been away for 18 years and stayed in the deep mountains and forests. Since he could remember, he had been taught by his martial uncles and learned both literature and martial arts. He had never done any heavy work, nor did he have time to play. When he was younger, he began to wander in the mountains and forests. Compared with humans, he was more familiar with flowers, birds, and beasts. Listening to Jing Chen's plain and straightforward answers, the people at the table listened with great interest at first, but then they became bored and gradually changed the topic to Jing Chen's journey to the capital. "Cousin, I heard that you encountered some danger on your way to the capital and were injured. Is that true?" The one who asked this question was Lu Jiu, the 8th prince, who was ranked between Lu Hao and Lu Tan. His biological mother was an unfavored noble in the palace. Like the 11th prince, she followed Lu Hao in and out of the palace all day long. Shui Rui turned to glance at Lu Hao when he heard this question, and he came to an understanding in his heart. Jing Chen was framed on his way to the capital, and the murderer was unknown. The emperor ordered to keep it a secret, but the investigation was handed over to Lu Hao. Few people outside knew about it. Where did Lu Jiu hear of it? He must have been instructed by Lu Hao. Jing Chen had stayed in the palace for a while, but the person he saw every day was the emperor. Most of these cousins had only eaten a palace banquet together once, so they were still very unfamiliar with each other. Looking at Lu Jiu, who was concerned, he hesitated and nodded. After all, he was not used to lying. Jing Chen just made a small movement, but everyone at the table was shocked. They all looked at him with concern and asked at once, "What happened? Where was he hurt? Is it serious? Was it a natural disaster or an accident?" Yu Shu looked at the people at the table who were fawning over her and secretly observed their expressions. She secretly analyzed whether any of them had anything to do with the bastards who hurt Jing Chen. This was the main purpose of her coming to the banquet today. As Yu Shu observed, she found something strange. Shui Rui, Lu Tan, and Lu Hao were sitting and drinking. Not only were they unmoved, but why was little Princess Xiwen pulling little junior sister Shui Yun to study her palm? As if sensing Yu Shu's gaze, Xiwen turned around and their eyes met. Another sneer. Then she turned her face and whispered something to Shui Yun. Shui Yun raised her head and looked at Yu Shu for a while. Then she turned her head and said a few words to Xiwen. Xiwen burst into laughter. Yu Shu looked at her smiling face and didn't know what Shui Yun had said to make her so happy. If Yu Shu had been sitting closer, she would have been able to hear the conversation between the two of them. "Sister Shui, do you see the lady opposite us? Can you help me look at her face? Will she be rich or noble in the future? Miss Yu has a neutral appearance, but she is not destined to be rich and powerful." "Oh. Sister, in the 10 classes of people that you mentioned to me just now, which class do they belong to?" "She should be in the 9th class. Pfft, then she is just a lowly person." Shui Yun frowned and didn't answer. But she let go of Xiwen's hand without a trace. Xiwen was too happy. She didn't notice the disapproval in her eyes. The people at the table all knew how to read people's faces. After caring for a long time, they saw that Jing Chen was unwilling to say more. Most of them settled down, but there were also some who didn't know what to do. "By the way, I also heard of something." Lu Jiu scratched his head and glanced in Yu Shu's direction. A while ago, the palace bestowed a reward to a girl who was said to have escorted cousin to the capital. Is there such a thing? Jing Chen liked peace and quiet the most. He had a headache after being surrounded by this group of people for a long time. But when someone asked about Yu Shu, he concentrated and answered, "Yes, I was in danger on the way. Thanks to a friend who took care of me, I was able to reach the capital safely." "Oh. Which lady is it? Is she here today?" Lu Jiu looked left and right, pretending to be confused. The others looked at Yu Shu. It was obvious that this unassuming young lady was qualified to sit here with them because she had escorted Daozi. "Yes, she is here." Jing Chen didn't plan to introduce her, but everyone knew it. Yu Shu found that she had become the focus of the table. She put down her heavy white jade shoes and smiled at them. Because there were some sesame seeds on the corner of her mouth, she looked a little silly. "May I ask for the lady's name?" someone asked. Replying to Your Highness, "This student's surname is Yu, and my first name is Shu." Yu Shu saw that the one asking the question was a prince, so she didn't dare to offend him. Shui Rui, who was sitting next to her, was drinking wine and watching her deal with it. "Oh. You call yourself a student. Are you an examinee this year?" "Oh, the imperial examinations don't accept women." "Are you an examinee for the Great Yen examination?" "This student is untalented, but I am an examinee for this year's Great Yen examination." "Oh." Lu Hao, who had been silent for a long time with his wine cup in hand, suddenly interjected, "May I know where Miss Yu is from and which aristocratic family she comes from?" Yu Shu had heard Shui Rui mention the relationship between Lu Hao and Ji Xingxuan. She was wary of this Prince Ning. She paid attention to the traps in his words and carefully answered, "Your Highness, please don't laugh. This student is not from an aristocratic family. My hometown is in the southern wetlands. I only had a master to guide me. Later, we were separated by fate." "Is that so?" Lu Hao narrowed his eyes and said with a fake smile, "Then Miss Yu's master is really capable. The disciple he taught is much better than the students of the Imperial Historian's Library." Lu Hao's words caused the eyes of everyone at the table who were originally dispirited to light up, and Shui Rui's hand that held his wine cup tightened as he raised his head to stare at Lu Hao with an unfathomable gaze. Someone asked excitedly, "Seventh brother, where did you get these words from? Is this Miss Yu more capable than the people of the Imperial Historian's Library?" Lu Hao nodded. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She guessed what he was going to say at almost the same time he opened his mouth. "Last year, I went to Imperial Uncle's Dingbua house and made a bet with Lu Jiong and the others. The person who accompanied me was the fourth daughter of the former Celestial Commissioner, right Judge Ji family. I'm sure you all have heard of her reputation. 3 years ago, she passed the Great Yen examination and this year she took the exam again. She aimed for the title of Great E Master. In the end, she lost to this Miss Yu. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Imperial Prince if there was such a thing." Lu Jiong was innocently affected. He looked at the smiling Prince Ning and then looked at the gloomy Shui Rui. He answered dryly, there was such a thing." Chapter 327. Miss Yu, this prince invites you to attend the Double Sun gathering next month. What do you think? The first person to ask was the fourth imperial prince, Lu Si, whom Yu Shu had met for the first time today. He was also the person with the highest seniority at the table tonight. If Shui Rui hadn't introduced him in a low voice earlier, Yu Shu wouldn't have been able to tell that this fair and tender young man was 5 years older than the seventh imperial prince, Lu Hao. Double Sun gathering. Yu Shu didn't hide the confusion on her face. She smiled apologetically at Lu Lu and then turned her head to look at Shui Rui. Her eyes sent a signal, what's going on? She knew about the Double Sun gathering. Starting from the 2nd of the 2nd month, on the 49th day of the 7th month, there was a large-scale talent selection in Anling City. But why did the 4th imperial prince invite her? When Shui Rui saw Yu Shu's clueless expression, he secretly frowned. Just as he was about to say something, someone interjected, nothing much. Yu Shu glanced sideways and looked at the 14 or 15-year-old handsome young man sitting next to Lu Hao. She pouted unhappily and said to Lu Si, why should I go with fourth older brother? I haven't found a suitable person yet. This year's Double Sun gathering, I'm also going. At that time, you can sit with me at the same table. The last sentence was said to Yu Shu with his chin raised. The arrogance in his eyes made it seem as if he was giving Yu Shu a lot of face and it was up to her whether she agreed or not. Yu Shu is still confused, but Shui Rui's face is a bit gloomy. He turns to look at Lu Hao and sees the troublemaker watching the show with a satisfied expression. Not far away, Lu Tan, who is close to Shui Rui, also shows a trace of worry. There were a few people left at the table who had planned to invite Yu Shu. When they heard this little ancestor open his mouth, they hesitated for a moment and tactfully closed their mouths. As for the excellent King Lu Si, who had been choked, his face revealed an awkward expression. In front of everyone, it was not good to show weakness. He could only summon up his courage and say with a dry laugh, 11th brother. This is your first time participating in the Twin Sons gathering. Just go and watch the excitement. Even if you bring people along, they might not be of any use. He addressed him as 11th brother. This allowed Yu Shu to guess the identity of this young man. He was the 11th prince, Lu Yi. After hearing Lu Si's words, Lu Yi's face darkened. He squinted his slender eyes and said to Lu Si in a strange tone, if I don't need them, will you need them? She did not know if it was an illusion, but Yu Shu felt as if the entire banquet hall had quieted down. Turning her head to look, she saw that more than 10 tables of people were all staring in their direction. Lu Si's expression could not hold back. He seemed to want to explode in anger, but when he saw Lu Hao beside Lu Yi, he suppressed his anger. His face quickly turned red. This deadlock continued. Jing Chen suddenly spoke, what's wrong with the Twin Sons gathering? Why did you invite Xiao Yu along? It was Jing Chen's words. Just as he voiced Yu Shu's doubts, everyone at the table looked at each other. Only then did they think of this Daoist who had only recently appeared in the capital. He had always lived in the mountains and probably did not know the crux of this matter. It's like this, everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Seeing that it was Crown Prince Lu Jiong, they waited for him to speak. I believe that Daoist has heard of the Twin Sons gathering. This gathering is held once every 3 years. It coincides with the imperial examinations and the Great Yen examinations. Talented people from all over the world gather in Anling City. Often, there are those who were born at the wrong time and did not achieve their ambitions. The imperial court has ordered the Twin Sons fighting ring. No matter if it is a scholar, a martial artist, or a scholar, they can all compete here. Those who come out on top in each category will be able to win the prize. Lu Jiong looked at Jing Chen and saw that he was listening seriously. Then he continued, in our Dan dynasty, the princes, when the year is right, will have to appear at the Twin Sons meeting to watch the arena. Before the curtains fall, from the people who are participating in the arena, a few people who are most likely to win the prize will be chosen. If they guess correctly, then they can be directly called into the curtains. If there are 2 princes who guessed correctly, then they will be called in and asked about their ambitions. That's why when the princes watch the fighting ring, they will accompany the Yi masters to help them find the right person to win the prize. At this point, Lu Jiong's mouth seemed to be dry. He raised his wine cup and the manservant behind him hurriedly poured wine for him. As he was moistening his throat, someone at the banquet naturally took over the topic. It is also because of this reason that when the princes attend the Twin Sons gathering, they will always be accompanied by a large entourage. They will be accompanied by many Yi masters who will give them advice. 2 dynasties ago, there was once a prince who invited 4 Yi masters to give him pointers. In the Twin Sons gathering, one person won the 8 prizes, causing the others to return disappointed. The former emperor used this as an excuse and ordered that during the Twin Sons gathering, the princes will only be allowed to sit. There will only be 2 seats, 1 Qian and 1 Kuan. Shui Rui's voice paused for a moment as he intentionally glanced sideways at Yu Shu, and then he said, only men are allowed to sit at the Qian banquet, whereas, only women are allowed to sit at the Kuan banquet. Moreover, those that occupy these 2 banquets can't be officials of the Directorate of Astronomy or officials of the Imperial Court. Hearing this, Yu Shu suddenly understood why Lu Si and Lu Yi invited her to the Twin Sons gathering. They heard what Lu Hao said and thought that she was stronger than Ji Xingxuan. So they wanted her to sit at the Kun banquet and help them look at the faces. This was not surprising. The Qian banquet and the Kun banquet could only bring 2 people. In addition, there were many restrictions. It was still okay to bring a man, but if a woman met the requirements, it would not be easy to find a guest. I see. Then you guys want to invite her to sit at the banquet, right? After listening to Lu Jiong and Shui Rui's explanation, Jing Chen nodded and went to ask Lu Si and Lu Yi. Lu Si and Lu Yi were staring at each other. The former was the first to react and turned to smile at Jing Chen. That's right. Jing Chen, don't worry. Miss Yu protected you on the way here, so I will not neglect her. Lu Yi snorted coldly and did not say anything. Jing Chen did not reply to Lu Si and turned to ask Yu Shu, do you want to go? Yu Shu naturally didn't want to go. Not for any other reason, but merely based on Shui Rui's expression from before, she knew that this wasn't a good thing. If it was a good thing, then there would have been people fighting over it since a long time ago. How could a nobody like her have a chance? The twin sons meeting is held once every 3 years, so there are very few opportunities to see the arena up close. Miss, you might as well go and take a look. Lu Hao seemed to be calculating the time to speak, so he stopped Yu Shu from saying no. He swirled the wine cup in his hand and said to Lu Si with a faint smile, didn't fourth older brother already invite Miss Zhuge from the Imperial Historian's Library to take charge? Let's not fight with 11th brother and let Miss Yu sit with him. Lu Si's expression froze, but he quickly concealed it. He could use his older brother's identity to pressure Lu Yi, but he did not dare to openly oppose Lu Hao. Even though he was unwilling, he still forced a smile and nodded his head. Lu Yi smiled proudly when he saw this. He turned to Yu Shu and said, come to my residence tomorrow morning. Yu Shu pursed her lips and did not wait for the man beside her to speak. She stood up first and cupped her hands towards Lu Yi. She lowered her head and said, many thanks for your highness's favor. However, this student is not talented and is afraid of delaying your highness's business. Please find someone else. If you do not have any outstanding abilities, how could you have escorted Daozi safely back to the capital? I heard that Daozi had met with danger on the way and was only able to escape because of your rescue. Imperial Father had issued an edict to reward you. Now that I am inviting you to the Twin Yang Association, you are saying that you do not have the ability to do so. Could it be that the matter of you escorting Daozi is false? Could it be that you are deceiving the Emperor? As he said the last few words, Lu Yi's eyes shone with a murderous light. He did not care about Jing Chen, the host, and directly attacked Yu Shu. Jing Chen frowned. Seeing Lu Yi's aggressive attitude towards Yu Shu, he was about to say something when Shui Yun, who was sitting next to him, touched his elbow under the table. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. In this moment of distraction, Yu Shu had already respectfully bowed in the direction of the distant imperial city and left without waiting for anyone else. She said, this commoner is terrified. To be able to assist Daozi on the way to the capital was due to luck. I do not dare to claim credit for this. However, His Majesty is benevolent and generous and bestowed a reward. If your highness has any doubts, then... She raised her head and looked at Lu Yi with a cautious attitude. Half of her face was respectful and the other half was embarrassed to speak. There was also a trace of craftiness hidden in her eyes. She stammered, that is not something this commoner dares to casually discuss. Lu Yi had used the Emperor's favor to find fault. Yu Shu did not stop him. If he wanted to find fault, then let him. As long as he had the guts to question his Emperor, if he said that she was deceiving the Emperor, then he would undoubtedly be offending his superior. This move of borrowing force to attack force, Yu Shu could not be said to be lacking in eloquence. Just looking at Lu Yi's frozen expression, it could be seen. Everyone present heard Yushu's words and couldn't help whispering. Lu Yi's expression was dark and he was momentarily speechless. He glanced sideways at Ning Wang, Lu Hao, who was sitting on his left. Lu Hao did not even look at him and did not speak up for him. He minded his own business and drank as if the person who had just started this matter was not him. Lu Yi did not speak, so Yushu could only brace herself and stand. She had just offended an imperial prince. Although she could handle it, she was actually very nervous. She, this fake ancient person, did not have much respect for the imperial family, but she would not think that she, a commoner, would be able to challenge an imperial prince. Before coming to the banquet, she had done a divination for herself and knew that tonight would not be smooth sailing. She needed to be accompanied by a noble person in order to be safe from danger. Yushu's eyes slanted and she glanced at the youth sitting beside her. Coincidentally, that person's gaze also turned over and their eyes met. Shui Rui held the exquisite and small magnolia wine cup in his hand. Because he was sitting close to her, he was able to see the minute changes on Yushu's face more clearly than the others. He saw the shrewdness and the depths of her eyes. Earlier, when he heard about the invitation to her, he was still a little gloomy. Now that he shook the clear wine in his cup, his face became handsome again in the blink of an eye. Since she has no intention of accepting the invitation, there is no need for your highness to force her. If we continue to pursue this matter, it will be unbecoming of us. After all, tonight is a banquet to welcome Daozi. It is not good to get angry. Shui Rui spoke amidst the whispers around him. This attracted everyone's attention. They all thought that eldest young Master Shui was going to speak up to smooth things over. They all stopped their discussions to see Lu Yi's reaction. Lu Yi looked at Shui Rui's smiling face and did not dare to act up. He said in a strange tone, "Why would I lower myself to the same level as this unruly commoner?" Shui Rui smiled and turned to signal to Yushu, who was still bowing with her head bowed. "There is no need to stand. Sit down." Yushu understood and did not foolishly sit down. Instead, she bowed to Lu Yi, regardless of whether he paid her any attention. "This commoner has been rude. Many thanks for your highness's forgiveness." After she finished speaking, she sat down. When she raised her head, she saw Jing Qin, who was sitting far away, looking at her with a worried expression. She secretly winked at him, indicating that she was fine. After calming the small disturbance at the banquet, Shui Rui cleared his throat and said, "It is rare for us to gather together. On such a good occasion, why don't we talk about some interesting things?" Prince Yang's heir, Lu Jiong, and Shui Rui were cousins. The two of them had always been good friends. When he heard Lu Jiong's voice, Lu Jiong grinned and continued, "This Anling city is only so big. Throughout the year, there are only a few interesting things. Everyone's ears are tired of hearing it. Since Brother Rui said this, you must have something interesting to talk about. Don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us." Shui Rui shook his head and declined, saying, "You know that I am currently working in the yamen and do not go to the tea houses and restaurants much. How can I have anything interesting to talk about? If I want to talk about it, I can only talk about some cases. It is boring to talk about, so it is better not to talk about it." Unexpectedly, Lu Jiong became spirited and said with great interest, Don't. Just talk about cases. I like to listen to this. You are afraid that we will be bored. Do you not know how to pick strange things to talk about? For example, unjust and false cases. Is there any?" Shui Rui pretended to think and said in a low voice, "There really is a case that can be brought up to talk about. However, it is not a case in Jing City. It is in Gan Province, outside of Baili City. Official Shui is really well informed. You can know about the matters in Gan province just by sitting in Anling. Ning Wang suddenly interrupted with a laugh. Shui Rui paused, as if he did not hear this joke. Seeing that everyone at the table was waiting with interest to listen to him, he continued, a few days ago, the Supreme Court received an edict to sort out the old cases in the Treasury. 2 colleagues and I accepted this task. After several days of investigation, we really did discover a few cases that had no beginning or end. Among them, there was a strange case that came from Gan province. The case that Shui Rui was talking about happened in the early winter 2 years ago. In a city in Gan province, there was a merchant family with the surname Wang. In one night, 19 people in the residence were all murdered. All of them were killed with their throats slit with a sharp weapon. There was not a single chicken or dog left in the residence. It was such a shocking and tragic case of family extermination that the Yamen investigated for 3 months without any clues. In the end, they could only report it to the Supreme Court and hastily close the case. From the case files, when the 19 people of the Wang family were murdered, most of them died on their beds. They lost their lives in their sleep and did not even have the chance to struggle. Not a single cat or dog in the residence was spared. They were all dead. If it was robbery, there was not a penny missing from the family. If it was revenge, old Master Wang was a kind person and close to the villagers. He did not have any enemies. From anyone's point of view, the annihilation of the Wang family in one night was an undeserved calamity. After half a year, the Yamen's investigation was fruitless. Unfortunately, the murderer is still at large. Shui Rui finished narrating the case in detail. He ordered the servants behind him to refill the wine and tea. He sighed lightly and did not speak anymore, leaving everyone to speculate and discuss. Ning Wang silently tightened his grip on the wine cup in his hand. He expressionlessly swept across Shui Rui's cultured face and a thread of wariness appeared in his heart. Yu Shu saw that the attention of the crowd had shifted away from her. She finally turned her stiff neck and wiped away the sweat at the tip of her nose. She poured herself a cup of thick wine and slowly drank it. It was so spicy that she narrowed her eyes. She felt much better and was about to take another cup when the place where the wine pot had been placed had been replaced by a purple silk teapot. When she touched it, there was a layer of heat that burned her fingertips. She stared at the teapot that had appeared out of nowhere for a moment and her brows gradually relaxed. Just as Yu Shu was sipping on a cup of hot tea, Princess Shiwen, who was at the same table, was looking at her and secretly gritting her teeth. The two of them had quarreled during the Lantern Festival. This little princess of the Xiang Wang Fu was also on good terms with Ji Xingxuan and naturally could not bear to see her live a good life. Not long after, the imperial edict was delivered. Following the loud announcement outside the door, a group of eunuchs and servants from the palace rushed into the banquet hall. The person at the front was holding a bright yellow banner. Everyone stood up. Jing Chen and the princes left their seats and went forward to kneel to listen to the edict. The late emperor's eldest daughter, Princess Lu Yu, was filial and kind, virtuous and wise. When she was on her deathbed, she entrusted her only son with her mother's wish and sent him to cultivate in seclusion. He worshipped the 3 pure ones for more than 10 years. Today, he has returned. Jin will take good care of him and announce it to the world. He will be conferred the title of Daozi and be bestowed the name Zhuoran. All officials below the 5th rank must bow when they see him. His salary is equal to that of a prince's heir. Moreover, he is specially permitted to walk in the front court. This imperial edict was voluminous and clear. It was to rectify Jing Chen's name, confer a title and announce it to the world. It was enough to show the emperor's love for him. The sound of the imperial edict was still echoing in the richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. For a moment, the minds of everyone at the banquet were spinning. Looking at the tall white figure who received the imperial edict, some were shocked, some were envious, and some were flattering. After Jing Chen had received the imperial edict, the people from the palace left. Following that, a group of guests swarmed forward and surrounded Jing Chen, congratulating him generously. In the distance, Yu Shu stood behind the crowd and looked at Jing Chen, who was surrounded by people and was getting further and further away from her. Not only did she feel a sense of loss, but she also felt a sense of worry. Chapter 329. When it was almost midnight, the guests who came to congratulate the princess's residents left one after another. At the end of the banquet, the princes at the main banquet table said their goodbyes. Jing Chen got up to see them off after being reminded by the chief steward behind him. Yu Shu followed behind a group of more than 10 people and walked to the main entrance of the front yard. She watched as Jing Chen, who was originally ignorant of worldly affairs, bid farewell to Ning Wang, Jia Wang, and the others in a somewhat unfamiliar manner. She watched as they boarded their carriages and left. In the end, there were only a few familiar faces left at the entrance. Marshal uncle, cousin, I'll go back to the palace first. Lu Tan looked at the moon. He hadn't built a residence yet and was still living in the palace, so it was inconvenient for him to spend the night outside. He bid farewell to Jing Chen and Shui Rui and then said to Shui Yun, youngest marshal aunt, I'll send someone to pick you up at the Shuangyang meeting. Shui Yun smiled slightly and said, don't worry, I'll help you. Yu Shu listened to them talk. Seeing Shui Yun standing next to Jing Chen, she knew that she would live with Jing Chen at the princess's residence in the future. Yu Shu uncomfortably shifted her gaze to the long ting wood in the courtyard. She thought that they were fellow apprentices, so they naturally had to take care of each other. Miss you, goodbye. Lu Tan said goodbye. Yu Shu turned around and saw him nod at her. She quickly cupped her hands and bowed back, take care, your highness. Now that it was quiet in front of the door, Jing Chen finally found the opportunity to talk to Yu Shu. Xiao Yu, I don't need to live in the palace now, so it'll be more convenient in the future. Don't you want to learn astrology from me? How about I start teaching you tomorrow? Yu Shu's eyes lit up and she happily said, that's great. Then I'll come and find you tomorrow. Jing Chen nodded, then I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow morning. Seeing that they were going to meet again, Shui Rui calmly reminded the two of them, today, the Daoist was conferred the title of Daoist. There are many spies outside. If Shu frequently goes in and out of the princess's residence, it's hard to guarantee that she won't be targeted and get into trouble again. How about this, why don't you arrange to meet at the Forgotten Machine Tower? That's our own place, and it's convenient for us to act. Yu Shu thought that it was reasonable and agreed with Jing Chen. She didn't think as much as Shui Rui, so she naturally didn't have any objections. The two of them then changed from the Princess Mansion to the Wangji Tower. What he didn't know was that Shui Rui was thinking, it seems that Shu hasn't given up on Jing Chen yet. If I let them continue to get along, they might rekindle their old feelings. Since it's inconvenient to stop them, I might as well put them under my nose and watch them. Lao Chui drives the carriage to the door, jumps off the carriage, and hangs up the curtain. Shui Rui urges Yu Shu, who is still talking to Jing Chen, it's late, and it's cold outside. Let's talk tomorrow when we meet. Get on the carriage first, I'll drive you back. Jing Chen, then I'll be leaving. Come find me at the Forgotten Opportunity Tower tomorrow. Okay, be careful on the road. Yu Shu walks in front of Shui Rui and gets into the carriage. After sitting down, she opens the window and looks outside. On the high gate of the Princess Mansion, there is a row of bright lanterns, which clearly illuminates everyone's faces. Jing Chen and his junior sister are standing side by side under the lanterns. As the carriage moves, their figures gradually get further and further away, blurring into a group. That faint feeling of sadness comes up again. Yu Shu thinks unhappily, does this count as a successful retreat? Close the window, the wind is blowing in. A big hand reaches over and puts down the curtain. Yu Shu rubs her nose, which has turned red because of the cold wind outside. She turns around and looks at Shui Rui. She smiles embarrassedly. She is afraid that he will notice something, so she hurriedly lowers her head and pretends to play with her clothes. She murmurs, "Just now on the table, I have to wash it." Shui Rui notices that Yu Shu is acting strangely, but he doesn't expose her. He just looks at her quietly. He remembers that when they reunited a few months ago in Autumn Osmanthus Lane, she was still doing fortune-telling at a roadside stall. She was dark and skinny, and anyone would think that she was a tomboy. Since Zhao Hui's family moved from Yang, she lived with her elders. Her food and drinks were all taken care of. Her skinny and dry body just gained a few pounds of flesh. Later, when Jing Chen disappeared, she lost weight again. This happened repeatedly. It was not until the end of the Dian examination and the closure of the Ji family's case that her cheeks slowly became round again. It was not in vain that he secretly asked the Forgotten Opportunity Tower to give her a special meal with tonic soup. He is not a young man who has his first awakening of love, but other than his mother and younger sister, this is the first time that he is so interested in a woman. He definitely likes her. Although it is not to the point that he must have her, this little girl who is stubborn and competitive and has someone else in her heart, makes him feel pity and worry about her. In the carriage, both of them have their own thoughts. After a moment of silence, the carriage turns around the corner. Yu Shu thinks of something and clears her throat. She curiously asks Shui Rui about tonight's banquet. The princes are unusually enthusiastic in inviting her to go with them to the Shuangyang group. Shui Rui says with a smile that is not a smile, "They have ulterior motives. They are not targeting you, but Daozi." Finishing, he sees that Yu Shu's face is still a little confused, so he explains a little more clearly. "Although not many people know that you were mistakenly taken to the Celestial Commissioner's office that night, but the Ji family's case has caused such a stir. After the incident, the palace has also sent out rewards. Daozi's danger on the road is no longer a secret. He has just arrived and does not have anyone close to him. You, an examinee without any scholarly honors, can sit at the main table tonight with a group of nobles. How can it not be eye-catching? Naturally, there will be people who want to use you to get close to Daozi, or feel indignant, or take out their anger on you. Fortunately, you are clever tonight and no one has any information that can be used against you." Yu Shu furrowed her brows and thought back to tonight at the wine table. That 11th prince who had turned against her after failing to invite her, the person sitting next to him seemed to be Ning Wang Lu Hao, who is also Ji Xingxuan's flower protector. Yu Shu thought of something and asked, "Ning Wang and the 11th prince are from the same mother?" Shui Rui shook his head. The 11th prince was born in Yanfu Palace and is the son of consort Lu Xian. Because consort Xian's body is weak and sickly, he was raised by consort Shu's side when he was young and is very close to Ning Wang. Shui Rui only spoke up to this point and did not point out the crux of the matter. Since Yu Shu knew that the two princes were from the same nostrils, how could she not know that Lu Yi's treatment of her was due to Ning Wang's orders? She thought about it and was still puzzled. Tonight, it was I who refused to attend the meeting with him, so he took the opportunity to make things difficult for me and almost accused me of deceiving the emperor. If I were to listen to them and agree to go with him to the Shuangyang group, what would they do? Could it be that they really want me to give them advice at that time? A cold expression flashed across Shui Rui's face and his tone was chilly. "If you agree, then your future will be ruined." "Ah?" Yu Shu asked in astonishment, "Is it that serious?" Shui Rui did not reply. There were some dirty things in this that he was not willing to tell her in case it dirted her ears. Actually, tonight, it was Yu Shu who had refused early. If she had spoken up a step later, he would have stood up for her and not allowed her to be taken to Lu Yi's fu. Yu Shu saw Shui Rui's expression and was silent for a moment. She said in annoyance, I think that the 11th prince is not someone to be trifled with. I embarrassed him tonight and he must bear a grudge. Do you think he will do something in secret? Should I be on my guard, lest one day I get caught again and break another finger? Shui detected her uneasiness and his expression relaxed. His voice was steady. There is no need to worry about this. Ning Wang is cautious in his conduct. Right now, Daozi is in the limelight. He will not allow the 11th prince to act against you. Shui was half lying. It was true that Lu Hao and Lu Yi would not act against Yu Shu, but there was another fate. The corners of Yu Shu's lips jerked. Because of Shui Rui's reassurance, she was much more at ease, but she did not lower her guard. At the corner of the street not far from the main entrance of the Princess Fu, a carriage was parked in the darkness. Watching from afar as the carriages and horses left, the window was pulled down with a schwa sound. Lu Yi turned his head with a cold expression. His 2 hands were in the golden fur sleeves. He said to the man drinking tea in front of him, "We really underestimated Lu Tan in the past. We only thought that he lived in the mountains and cultivated a pure heart and few desires. We didn't think that he was also ambitious. It hasn't been long since he returned to the capital and he has already found 2 good helpers. Who would have thought that the only son of the eldest princess would be sent to Jiangxi to cultivate, allowing Lu Tan to get involved so early? That's fine. But that two-faced Xue Qingbi. A few years ago, he was still with 7th brother. Who would have thought that after 2 years of fooling around, he would turn his back on us? Humph. Lu Hao held a cup of hot tea with his brows slightly furrowed. He appeared to have a lot on his mind. He did not know how many of Lu Yi's sarcasm had entered his mind. And that stinky girl who came out of nowhere. Just because she has someone backing her, she dared to humiliate me in front of everyone. Who does she think she is? The more Lu Yi spoke, the angrier he became. He slapped his thigh and said fiercely, "She isn't even fit to warm my bed. Tomorrow, I will have her tied up." Lu Hao raised his brows and finally had some reaction. He said in a low voice, "Don't be impulsive." Lu Yi said disapprovingly, "7th brother, you are too cautious." Lu Hao knew that this brother of his was impetuous. He was afraid that Lu Yi would not listen, so he put on a stern face and lectured, "The double Yang group is coming. You better behave yourself. Don't spoil things for a woman. Do you understand?" Lu Yi nodded reluctantly and said gloomily, I know. I won't touch her. TSK, I really don't know what you are worried about. Even if I really kill a little girl, will that dozy fight me to the death?" Lu Hao shook his head and narrowed his eyes. He was not afraid of that dozy who had the heart of the dragon. It was just that there was another person, Gan Province. Lu Hao's lips moved, and he silently murmured. His eyes gradually became gloomy. He was thinking about the tragedy that occurred in Gan Province that Shui Rui had mentioned tonight at the banquet, and he didn't know if it was intentional or unintentional. 7th brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Yi looked at Lu Hao's changing expression and asked in confusion. Lu Hao waved his hand and took a deep breath. He said softly, I am fine. I drank too much and have a headache. Let's go. Stay at my residence tonight and don't go back to the palace. Chapter 330. When Yu Shu got home, it was already late. Zhao Hui and her husband had already gone to bed. Before they went to bed, they told the gatekeeper to leave a door open for her. Yu Shu stopped in front of Yu Xiaoxiu's door when she passed by. When she saw that the lights inside were off, she turned to her own room. As soon as she entered, she saw Yundo snoring on the table, and the stove at her feet was almost extinguished. A few days ago, Yushu brought back a few servants from the Institute for Concubines, so Zhao Hui switched her maidservant Yundo to her room. On the other hand, Shen Nanny, who used to do chores, was promoted to be the housekeeper and served Zhao Hui. Yushu woke her up. Yundo rubbed her eyes and quickly got up to pour some hot water on the stove for Yushu to wash her face and rinse her mouth. She took a wooden brush and combed Yushu's hair. Finally, she ran to the kitchen to boil a bowl of hot tea for her to sober up. When Yushu was lying on the bed, she folded her clothes and put them on the cabinet before she quietly left. Yushu actually didn't like being served. She had too many secrets and liked to do things herself. There were many important manuscripts and handwritten notes in her room, and she had to organize them herself to feel safe. To put it bluntly, she was paranoid. Zhao Hui spent a lot of effort to get Yundo to be placed in her room. Yundo, this maidservant, was honest. She didn't know that Yushu didn't like her, so when she was assigned by Zhao Hui, she served her wholeheartedly. She was well-behaved and sensible, which made Yushu feel good in just 2 days. She didn't think about driving her out for a while. Yushu slept like this until the rooster crowed the next day. She got up and went to Yu Xiaoxiu's room before breakfast was served. When Yushu opened the curtain and entered the room, Bai Ran was coming out of Yu Xiaoxiu's bedroom with a basin of water to wash her face. When she saw Yushu, she politely stopped and greeted, "Eldest Mississippi." Yushu saw that his clothes were neat and tidy, and he looked diligent. She gently smiled at him and said, "Is Xiaoxiu awake?" "Young master has already woken up," Bai Ran said. "He just washed his face and is sitting down. I'll go to the kitchen to see if breakfast is ready." "All right, you can go now." Yushu went straight into Yu Xiaoxiu's bedroom. They didn't try to avoid suspicion. After all, the two of them had lived under the Ji family's roof for a period of time. They had even slept head to toe on the same wooden bed. Yu Xiaoxiu was sitting on the edge of the bed, flipping through a book. He looked up and saw Yushu coming in, so he put the book down. "Sis. Why are you up so early? You don't have to go to school." Yushu walked over. He took the book in Wei Xiaobao's hand and looked at it. On the somewhat old cover were written the words "Herbal Survey" in 4 small seal characters. There were pictures and words inside, but it was a medical book that taught people how to recognize herbs and medicines. Dr. He's study was filled with medical books. Yushu didn't find it strange that Yu Xiaoxiu would take it out to read, so she casually flipped through 2 pages and put it to the side. She turned her attention to other things. "How are you getting along with Bai Ran? Is there any discomfort?" Yu Xiaoxiu touched his neck and said, "No, it's pretty good." Yushu said, "Then when your injuries are healed, ask him to go with you to the academy. Bai Ran has martial arts skills. If someone dares to bully you, just ask him to beat them back." She would rather spend an extra 20 taels a month to have someone by Yu Xiaoxiu's side to look after him. She didn't want what happened last time to happen again. She didn't want Yu Xiaoxiu to be pushed off the horse by Shuowenjie and have his head broken and bleeding. It almost scared her half to death. "Sis," Yu Xiaoxiu called out awkwardly. He seemed to feel embarrassed and didn't want Yushu to mention that again. "You came back late yesterday, and I was already asleep. Tell me what the princess palace is like. Is it really made of gold bricks and silver tiles?" "Ha, silly boy, can a house built with gold and silver be lived in? Won't you freeze to death?" Yushu teased him, then seriously told him about the style of the princess palace. Speaking of the dragon court wood in the front yard, she felt an itch in her heart. She thought that when she saw Jing Chen later, she would ask him for a few branches and bring them back to grow as a potted plant. Yu Xiaoxiu still couldn't believe it. He stammered and asked, "Sis, is brother Jing really the princess' son? I've seen the imperial edict. How can it be fake?" Yushu touched his head. Your brother Jing is now a noble, a relative of the emperor. Yu Xiaoxiu chuckled. He was still young, and his heart was pure. He only felt happy for Jing Qin, and didn't have any other messy thoughts in his mind. The siblings chatted for a while. Then Yun Do was called by Zhao Hui to ask Yu Shu to eat breakfast. Bai Ran brought food into the room for Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Shu ate breakfast with Zhao Hui and then went out with Yi Fangji. One was going to the clinic, and the other was going to meet at Wang Jilu. At dawn, Jing Chen practiced a set of sword techniques in the princess palace's backyard. His complexion was ruddy, but he was slightly out of breath. Shui Yun, who had been watching from the side for a while, walked forward with a smile. She handed over the sweat towel in her hand and generously praised, "Shi Xiang's flowing cloud sword technique has 90% of my father's skill. If he saw it, he would be very happy." Jing Chen shook his head, but he was dissatisfied with himself. "Before I lost my memory, I couldn't practice for a period of time. I slacked off a lot." As he spoke, he took the sweat towel and wiped his forehead. He carried the sword to where the servants were waiting, took a piece of fur from the tray, and carefully wiped the rusty ancient sword in his hand. Shui Yun stood to the side and watched his actions. She couldn't help but find it funny. This sword does have spiritual energy, but it has no edge. What's wrong with you treasuring it so much? Why don't you find a blacksmith to polish it? Shui Yun's suggestion was good, but Jing Chen was unmoved. This is something that was given to me, so I should cherish it. What's more, when we practice the sword, we comprehend the Tao. Why do we need an edge? Shui Yun saw that he had a reason, so she didn't try to persuade him anymore. Then she thought of the unparalleled sword that he had lost on the way and said regretfully, "If second martial uncle knew that the gentleman's sword that he had painstakingly forged for you was lost as soon as it was unsheathed, I don't know how heartbroken second martial uncle would be if he knew that the gentleman's sword that he had painstakingly forged for you was lost as soon as it was unsheathed." After he finished speaking, he saw Jing Chen's face reveal a remorseful expression and secretly scolded himself for being too talkative. He looked at the sun and changed the topic. "Didn't you have an appointment with Miss Yu? Quickly go wash up. Don't make her wait." Thinking of today's appointment, Jing Chen's expression couldn't help but soften. He nodded and was about to leave. He had only taken a few steps when Shui Yun stopped him. "That's right, Shi Xiang." Shui Yun wanted to say something but hesitated. She knew that Jing Chen had the intention of passing on the teachings of their celestial master Taoist school to Yu Shu. She wanted to advise him, but she felt that he might not listen. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't blurt them out. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine. You should go quickly." Watching Jing Chen walk away, Shui Yun stayed in the same place. She was thinking about when to make an appointment with Miss Yu in private. In the small study room in the rear courtyard of Wangji building, the maidservants served a few exquisite and special refreshments and then retreated. Yu Shu and Jing Chen sat facing each other. After so many days, the two of them finally had a rare opportunity to be alone. "Are you used to living in the princess residence?" Yu Shu looked at the well-dressed Jing Chen and deliberately asked. In fact, she had already heard from Shui Rui last night that the emperor seemed to have appointed a capable chief eunuch to be the steward of the princess residence. He also assigned a group of servants. Jing Chen's daily necessities were all taken care of by people, so how could his days be bad? I don't have to go through the trouble of applying for a waste token. It's more comfortable than living in the palace. Jing Chen obviously didn't answer her question. More than 10 years of cultivation wasn't for nothing. His foundation was stable, and he was quiet and had few desires. It was difficult for him to be blinded by ostentatious things. He could live a life of luxury and live a simple life. Yu Shu touched her nose and suddenly felt that she had the heart of a petty person. Ahem, that's good. Now that you're exposed in front of others, I suspect that the group of people who harmed you are hiding in the capital. They may find a chance to attack you again. You should be careful. Jing Chen heard Yu Shu's worry and comforted her. Don't worry about me. The emperor has already ordered to investigate this matter. There will be a result in the future. Yu Shu didn't think much of it. She thought that the person responsible for investigating Jing Chen's death was Lu Hao, the Prince of Ning. He took on this task most likely to protect Ji Xingxuan and might not be doing his duty. After chatting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Jing Chen took the initiative to jump to the main topic. When he still lost his memory, he promised Yu Shu that one day when he regained his memory, he would teach her the secret skills of Mount Longhu. Now that he had nothing to do, he could fulfill it. Our Celestial Master Taoism has a total of 7 sections. My master, Huai Xianzhenren, came from Full Moon Peak. He was obsessed with the art of stargazing and formed his own sect. Unfortunately, my aptitude is stupid. I only inherited 30% of my master's skills and didn't understand the Great Path. In addition, I also know a thing or two about the art of reading people. Also, Jing Chen first explained his family's foundation. Yu Shu heard from his tone that he planned to teach her everything. She was surprised at first and then worried. Is it inappropriate for you to teach me all of this? There should be rules in your sect that some secret skills can't be taught to outsiders, right? Jing Chen's expression didn't change. He said, it doesn't matter. Mount Longhu has many guests every year. Sometimes my master will ask his brothers to teach me a thing or two. It won't break the rules. When I return to the sect in the future, I will report to my master. Yu Shu thought that since she had learned other people's unique skills, she wouldn't teach it to others and wouldn't cause any trouble for Jing Chen. So she didn't have to worry about this anymore. The two talked for a while and reached a consensus. Jing Chen wanted to teach Yu Shu a set of stargazing skills that his master, Huai Xianzhenren, had deduced. This skill focused on deducing the celestial phenomena and seeing through the mysteries of heaven. It could actually predict natural disasters and earthquakes in the human world, as well as wars and beacons. It could be called a strange skill. Jing Chen roughly explained a small part of it. Just listening, Yu Shu felt fascinated. A year ago, she learned astronomy and geography from Daoist Qingjing in Yang City. In fact, she only knew the basics and didn't know how to use geometry. That was why she was absent from the Great Yen examination, because she knew her own limits. I will first memorize the general principles and details of the Celestial Divination Manual. I will slowly explain it to you later. When Yu Shu heard that she still had to wait 2 more days before she could read the strange technique, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Because she couldn't wait any longer, she shamelessly urged him, then why don't you go back now and copy it? Jing Chen couldn't help but smile. He said, there's no rush. There's still one more thing to do. What is it? Go out and find some usable materials. When I return, I will make an astrolabe for you so you can use it. Chapter 331. Jing Chen said that he wanted to make an astrolabe, so Yu Shu followed him to buy it. On the way, she inquired about the use of this thing. It turned out to be a miniature star palace, which was used to simulate various star maps to calculate the stars. This was also created by Taoist Huai Xian. It was not difficult to make an astrolabe. There were ready-made carpenters in the princess residence, but they were missing a few materials and parts, so they needed to find them elsewhere. Thus, after the two of them left Wangji Tower, they took a carriage to the market. By the time they gathered everything, it was already late in the afternoon. After checking that there were no omissions, Yu Shu asked Jing Chen to send her home. The two of them talked on the way and knew that they would be busy in the next few days, so they made an appointment. After the astrolabe was made, Jing Chen would copy the chaotic sky divination, and then send someone to inform Yushu. Tomorrow was the first day of the second month. It was the Zhanghe festival, also known as the Spring Festival. Most people had to go out to the Taoist temples to burn incense and add oil. In the morning, Yushu heard from Zhao Hui that she was going to the Ascending Cloud Temple outside the city to pray for the safety of her family. Naturally, Yushu had to accompany her. As for Jing Chen, the double sun meeting would begin on the second day of the second month. As the Daozi personally conferred by the emperor, he had to appear at that time. The carriage stopped at the He residence. Yushu raised her hand to stop Jing Chen, who was about to get off the carriage with her. She said, "Don't go in. Xiao Xiao is probably sleeping right now. Godmother is pregnant and can't go out of the house. You can go in and make her panic." With Jing Chen's current status, people would welcome him wherever he went. Yushu was probably the only one who would block people at the door and not let them in. However, with the relationship between Jing Chen and her, he wouldn't care about these common sense. "Okay, you can go in." Jing Chen still followed her out of the car, but he didn't go in. He watched Yushu walk over the threshold, and suddenly remembered to ask her to stay. He walked up to her, took out a palm-sized jade pendant from his sleeve, and handed it to her. He said a few more words. "I observed your complexion today." He seemed to have lost something. Recently, he might have been caught up in some trouble. "If you run into any trouble, you must send someone to the princess mansion to find me." Yushu took it and played with it a few times. Nodding his head, he did not decline. The next day, before dawn, Zhao Hui urged He Fangji to wake up. She also called for the servant who was guarding the door to boil water for them to wash up. He Fangji only got a beautiful wife in his middle age, so he naturally cherished her. Therefore, when Zhao Hui was pregnant, the couple slept separately. However, they still slept in the same room. He checked her pulse 3 times a day and inquired about her well-being. This was to ensure that his beloved wife would be able to give birth naturally and suffer less. "It's still early. Furen, go back to sleep. I'll massage your hands and feet." Doctor He put on his outer robe. Sitting by Zhao Hui's bed, he rubbed her legs through the blanket and yawned. Last night in the middle of the night, Zhao Hui cried out a few times. He did not dare to close his eyes for the rest of the night. Zhao Hui was lying on her side. She had just woken up and her face was a little red. She lifted the blanket and covered his legs. She said gently, "Let's go out early. There will definitely be a lot of people going to burn incense today. If we go late, I'm afraid that the ancestors will hear too many wishes and won't be able to take care of us." Didn't eldest brother say? The results for the Diyan examination are about to be released. I have to go and ask for good luck for our daughter. If there's one subject on the list, then we'll burn incense. He Fangji smiled. "When she passes, I'll prepare a few tables of wine to treat everyone." As the couple discussed in private, Yushu had already gotten up. She was sitting in front of the bronze mirror, letting Yundo comb her hair. In her hand was a scroll of Song Tushue's Notes of Peace. She had spent more than 10 taels of silver to get it from a small shop, but it was just a copy. Song Tushue was the junior supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner 10 years ago. This book recorded the major events of the Yin dynasty in the past 300 years. It was analyzed from a scholar's point of view and was worth reading. "Miss, I'm done combing. Go and see if Master and Madam are awake." Yushu folded the book and placed it on the dressing table. She got up to change her clothes. She had been free recently and could read a few more books. She did not need this little bit of time. Just after breakfast, Pei Jing came to the door with 2 attendants. Although the 2 families had recognized each other halfway, their relationship was not bad at all. Moreover, they had left their homes and did not visit each other frequently. It was inevitable that their days would be lonely. Because Yu Xiaoxiu had not fully recovered from his injuries, he was left at home. He was sensible and did not make a fuss. He only asked Yu Shu to bring back something fun at the gathering. Needless to say, Bai Ran was included. Boys were easy to get along with, so in the past 2 or 3 days, Yu Xiaoxiu had accepted Bai Ran as his playmate. Whenever he had something good, he would share it with Bai Ran. As for Hu Tian, who he called a brother in the 100 Rivers Academy, he had completely forgotten about him. At dusk, Yu Shu came back from praying outside the city. She was exhausted. She brought some food and toys to Yu Xiaoxiu's room, then went back to her room and lay down on the bed. Because of the festival, there was a market near the Ascending Cloud Temple outside the city. People from the surrounding villages gathered together and the road was filled with people. Their carriage didn't move very fast. When they finally arrived at the entrance of the Taoist temple and got out of the carriage, there were people coming and going. Yu Shu was afraid that the people would crowd Zhao Hui, so she and He Fengji stood on the left and right to protect her. Pei Jing led the way in front. They lined up in the main hall to burn incense, donate money, kowtow to the 3 pure ones, and make a wish. No one knew how Pei Jing got them to stay in the backyard of the Ascending Cloud Temple for a meal. They rested for a while and only came back in the afternoon. Yu Shu lay down for a while and fell asleep. She dreamt that a group of people came to her house with drums and gongs, congratulating her for Dian Senior High School and asking for money. She searched all over her body but could not find a copper coin. She was so anxious that she stamped her feet and woke up. When she opened her eyes, it was already dark outside the window. She heard Yundo's clear voice outside the door. Miss, are you awake? Mr. Shui is here. Please get up. Yu Shu rubbed her head and turned over to sit up. She wrapped herself in the quilt and said in a muffled voice, I'm up. Go get a basin of water for me to wash my face. Yes. Yu Shu sat on the bed and sobered up for a while. She wondered why Shui Rui came to see her at this time. So she took a hot handkerchief to wipe her hair and tied it into a simple bun. Then she went to the front yard with her sleeves in her hands. It was early spring, and the thick curtains on the living room's door had been removed yesterday. Shui Rui was sitting and blowing on his tea when Yu Shu dragged her feet and walked in. She nodded at Shui Rui and greeted, Big brother Shui, you're here. Shui Rui heard her soft nasal voice. When she came closer, he saw 2 faint red marks on the left side of her face. At first glance, he knew that she fell asleep on the pillow. He couldn't help but smile and said kindly, Why are you sleeping at this time? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to eat dinner? Yu Shu laughed dryly and sat on the chair opposite him. She said, I walked outside the city during the day. I'm a little tired when I came back. How come you have time to come here at this time? Is there something you need from me? Shui Rui's gaze stopped on the 2 red marks on her face. He said in a light tone, Have you forgotten? The double sun gathering is tomorrow. There will be a dragon boat dance on the bank of the Spring Wave River. The festival will be very lively. If you have nothing to do, you can go for a walk with me. I will bring 3rd sister along. You 2 can keep each other company. Xiao Miao will also come. Yu Shu's heart was moved. She had long heard that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the double sun gathering. She really wanted to go and see for herself. Moreover, there was an annual festival to watch. She couldn't miss it. 3rd sister. Yu Shu didn't miss it. She asked curiously, Is it the sister you mentioned to me last time? Her name is Jin Chuan. She remembered that Shui Rui didn't have many siblings in his family. He only had one biological sister. She was 1 or 2 years younger than him. She heard that her health wasn't very good. Shui Rui nodded with a smile. It's Jinchuan. My third sister is very obedient. You will definitely like her. When Yushu heard that she could meet Shui Rui's sister, she was also very happy. Okay, then I will definitely go. Will you come pick me up tomorrow morning? As Shui Rui answered, he was calculating in his heart. He'd wanted to let Yushu meet his third younger sister since a long time ago. That child, Jin Sun, had a weak body, and he didn't have a temper. As the daughter of the Shui clan, he actually didn't even have a single friend that he could talk to normally. Moreover, Yushu had such a righteous heart, so it would be a good thing if the two of them could be on good terms. By the way, I was in the inner province yesterday and didn't go to Wangji Tower. Did you see Daozi? Shui Rui asked knowingly. Before he came to see Yushu, he passed by Wangji Tower and asked Lin Fu. He knew that Yushu and Jing Chen didn't stay in Wangji Tower for long before they went out together. He didn't know where they went. Yushu didn't think there was anything to hide, so she told him the truth. Jing Chen wanted to teach her the stargazing skill of Longhu Mountain. In order to make an astrolabe, they went shopping. Oh, what is an astrolabe? Shui Rui asked curiously, yet Jing Chen's actions towards Yushu without holding back in the slightest caused him to feel rather powerless in his heart. He didn't understand why a smart person like Yushu would be so stubborn towards a person like Jing Chen. It seemed that it was because of the other party's rare frankness. On the contrary, he couldn't be completely unreserved towards a person. Astrolabe, that's. Yushu roughly explained the usage of the astrolabe to Shui Rui, and in the end, she said in admiration, Jing Chen's master, that Daoist Hui Xian, is truly an exceptionally capable person. If I'm able to learn his ability to observe the stars, even if it's only 10%, it would be enough to benefit me. Shui Rui saw that she was confused, so he said, it's true. All the officials in the Celestial Commissioner who can be of great use are proficient in the art of stargazing. You need to know that watching people is just small, but watching geniuses is the way. If you have the ambition to be a female official in the Celestial Commissioner, it's necessary to understand the art of astrology. Yushu listened to Shui Rui's words and knew what was going on. She sighed and said, it's a pity that it's difficult to learn that strange art. Jing Chen learned it since he was young and only saw through a little. I don't know how long it will take me to understand it. Chapter 332. On the second day of the second lunar month, the sleeping dragon wakes up in winter. The spring thunder starts to sprout, and all living things come back to life. In the morning, the servants set up the incense table in the west room. Yushu followed behind Zhao Hui and her husband to light incense sticks for the two elders of the Zhao family who had passed away for many years. After paying respect to the ancestors, Yushu went back to her room to wash her hands. She packed her belongings and went to the front to wait for someone to pick her up. Shui Rui seemed to have calculated the time. As soon as Yushu crossed the gate of the courtyard, she saw a double-pulled carriage slowly stop in front of the gate. Lao Chui pulled the reins, and the young maidservant sitting next to him jumped off the carriage and trotted to the steps to call the gatekeeper. Yushu walked over and stopped the maidservant she had never seen before. She walked to the side of the carriage with the maidservant, greeted Lao Chui, and then got into the carriage. The roof of Shui Rui's carriage was covered with glass, and the inside was bright and spacious. There were 3 circles of leather seats, a rosin tea table in the middle, a tea set, and 3 layers of dessert boxes. Shui Rui was sitting in the innermost part of the carriage. He was wearing a bamboo-patterned gauze gown, and his hair was tied with a green polyester jade band, revealing his full forehead. As usual, he looked very ostentatious. Yushu only glanced at him, and then her eyes jumped to the inconspicuous figure on the left. She knew that this was Shui Rui's third sister, Shui Jinchuan, but she still couldn't help but be surprised. It wasn't that this Miss Shui was as beautiful as a flower. On the contrary, her appearance could only barely be regarded as delicate. Her skin was obviously unhealthy white, which was caused by the sun that she didn't see often. To put it bluntly, she didn't look like she was born from the same mother as Shui Rui. Let me introduce. Shu, this is my third sister, Jinchuan. Jinchuan, this is Miss Yu that I mentioned to you before. She is older than you, so you can call her older sister. Shui Rui pointed at Yu Shu and introduced her to the two. Yu Shu sat right opposite Shui Jinchuan, and she watched as this young girl kept her head lowered while her hands were placed obediently on her knees, and she didn't move in the slightest. She waited until Shui Rui finished speaking before she quietly raised her head by an inch and revealed a pair of timid eyes that met Yu Shu's probing gaze. She blushed and quickly lowered her head again. She nervously clenched her fingers and said in a small voice, "You, sister Yu." Then, her face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head again. A gray rabbit she once raised was just like her, afraid of strangers and timid. Whenever it saw an outsider it would want nothing more than to burrow into the ground, but no matter how hungry it was, it would only eat the food she fed it. Suddenly it felt a bit of intimacy towards this Miss Shui. It beamed at her and said, "Hello, Jinshu and Mimi." After saying that, she touched her sleeves again. She took out a small colorful bag with 4 corners, stretched out her hand, and handed it to her. "I only knew that I was going to see you last night, so I didn't prepare any greeting gifts in a hurry. This is a little thing I made. I'll give it to you." Although it was a little thing, it actually took Yu Shu a lot of thought. Last night, she went to sleep in the middle of the night. She racked her brain to make this, and it might be too shabby to give it to others. But it might be just right for this sister Shui. Shui Jinshuan looked at the thing that Yu Shu gave to her. She first turned her head to look at Shui Rui. Seeing her brother nod, she reached out to take it embarrassedly. It was thin, and she didn't know what was in the bag. She curiously touched it. Shui Rui was also a little curious, so he directly asked Yu Shu, "What is this?" Yu Shu said with a smile, "It's for fun to pass the time." Then she said to Shui Jinshuan, "Open it and take a look. I'll teach you how to play." Shui Jinshuan placed the colorful bag on her lap and opened it, revealing a palm-sized, square-shaped paper that was folded with gold sprinkled on it. There seemed to be layers of something written inside, and the word "East" was painted in red cinnabar. It looked strange. Yu Shu saw that the brother and sister were at a loss, and she secretly snickered. She reached out for the folded paper, held it in her hand, and flipped it open until it turned into a larger quadrangle. She explained to them, "This thing is called East, South, West, and West. Do you see the 4 directions written on it? Put them vertically, and there are 8 sides hidden inside. Each side has a command hidden inside. You have to see if it's horizontal or vertical. Count it a few times, east or west, and the command will be different when you open it. For example, let me guess, count it horizontally 3 times, look at the east side, and follow the command." Yu Shu put her 2 thumbs and index fingers into the quadrangle, and opened it vertically and horizontally 3 times, revealing the word "east." She looked at the command hidden inside, and wrote, "Sing a song," in small regular script with cinnabar. She looked up at Shui Jinshuan, and saw that the little girl's eyes were focused, and her interest was aroused. She didn't hesitate to perform and coaxed her to be happy. "Look, I'm the middle command now, and I have to sing a song for you. Cough, then I'll sing a song." Yu Shu cleared her throat, and under the gaze of the Shui family's brother and sister, she began to sing shamelessly. "Pig, your nose has 2 holes, and when you had a cold, you still had snot hanging on your nose. Pig, your ears are so big, and you can't understand what I'm saying. I'm calling you stupid. Yushu sang Pig's Song, which was once very popular in her memory. The lyrics and music were hippie, and her pronunciation was clear and exaggerated. Poor Shui Rui and Shui Jinshuan, the two people who were born and raised in ancient times, had never heard such a straightforward tune. They were stunned after hearing her sing a few lines. When Yushu shook her head and hummed, "Pig's head, pig's brain, pig's body, pig's tail," they finally couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Shui Rui was overjoyed. On a whim, he leaned over to take the lid of the tea on the table, and gently tapped on the celadone plate to make a rhythm, echoing Yushu's tune. The tinkling sounds were very in tune. With the accompaniment, Yushu became even more excited, and the lyrics that she couldn't remember clearly became fluent. "Pig, your skin is so white, you must have reincarnated in a rich family in your previous life. It is said that your ancestor had a rake, and the fortune teller said that he was destined to have a peach blossom. When he saw a beautiful girl, he would laugh and laugh, not blush, not be afraid." Pfft. The younger sister of the Shui family couldn't hold back her laughter. She was afraid of making the singer unhappy, so she quickly closed her mouth. Her cheeks were red and puffed up, but her ears were pricked up. She listened shyly and timidly, and looked at the elder sister of the Yu family with curiosity. After the song, the atmosphere in the car was already very good. Shui Jinshuan even took the initiative to talk to Yushu. Although her voice was still not loud, it still surprised Shui Rui. After all, his sister usually didn't speak much, and when she was anxious, she would stutter a little. It was already good enough that she could reply with 2 out of 10 sentences. Sister Yu, what song is this?" She had never heard of it before. It was a strange tune, and she couldn't tell how interesting it was. Yushu casually said, "It's just a song sung by our children in the south. You can't take it seriously. Just listen to it and be happy." As she said this, she raised the 4 corners in her hand and said to Shui Jinshuan, "I've given the order, so it's your turn. Which side do you want to guess?" The atmosphere was just right. Shui Jinshuan wasn't as shy as she was at the beginning. After all, she was still a little childish. She wanted to play with Yushu, so she said softly, "Then it's north." North side 6 times. She didn't know how to play, so Yushu patiently asked, "Horizontally or vertically?" Shui Jinshuan thought for a moment and said, "Horizontally." After that, she nervously stared at Yushu's movements. She watched as she folded the 4 corners and opened them 6 times, revealing the north side for her to see. On it were the 4 words "Divert trouble to others." Yushu laughed and pointed at Shui Rui. "Jinshuan is lucky. This is an empty order. The person sitting on the east side wants to drink a cup in her place. It's you." As she said this, she poured a cup of tea and handed it to Shui Rui. "There's no wine, so let's use tea instead." Shui Rui raised his eyebrows and drank a cup of tea cooperatively. He looked at the 4 corners in Yushu's hand and said with great interest, "I'll also try." Vertically 3 times, south side. Yushu nodded. The 8 orders she wrote last night flashed in her mind. She quietly turned the 4 corners in another direction, so that the order was replaced by the other side. She counted 1, 2, 3, opened it, looked down, bit her lips, moved closer to Shui Jinshuan, and showed it to her. Shui Jinshuan saw the words on the top and exclaimed, then she covered her mouth and lowered her head, as if she was trying to hold back her laughter. Shui Rui was wondering why they were so happy all of a sudden. He saw Yushu stretch out her hand and showed 3 words behind the south side. "You're a pig." He was speechless. "Pig, your nose has 2 holes," Yushu intentionally teased him, and she started humming the pig's song from before. She stretched out her hand and pushed up the tip of her nose to reveal 2 round nostrils, and it caused Shui Rui to be at a loss whether to laugh or cry, whereas, little sister Shui's face was filled with laughter instead. The 3 of them played for a while, and the carriage stopped on Fujing Street. Feng Xiaomiao got on the carriage halfway. Seeing them playing happily, she also joined in to guess the order. Although the north, south, east, west made by Yu Shu was simple, the words in it were carefully thought out. In addition to the drinking order, the air order, the laughing order, there was also the general order. Whoever guessed the general order would be able to order the people present to do one thing. There was more than one kind of fun, so they were not afraid of the people who guessed the order. The young master of General Feng's family was a playful person. After he joined them, the laughter in the carriage never stopped. When Lao Chui stopped the carriage near the Spring Lawn River, Feng Xiaomiao was still holding the square paper that Yu Shu made. He begged Yu Shu to make one for him as well. He planned to use it to tease other people. After Yu Shu agreed, he returned the north, south, east, west to Shui Jinshuan. The little girl blushed and took out the small colorful bag that Yu Shu gave her at the beginning. She put the square paper back and put it in her sleeve pocket. She shyly thanked Yu Shu. It seemed that she liked the gift very much. Shui Rui saw that Yu Shu and Shui Jinshuan got along well, so he was relieved. He opened the curtain and got off the carriage first. Looking at the crowd in front of them, he turned around and said to the people in the carriage, "Let's get off the carriage. There are many people in front. Let's walk there." Yu Shu jumped off the carriage first. She turned around and handed her hand to Shui Jinshuan. Then she helped the little girl get off the carriage. Feng Xiaomiao was the last one to get out of the carriage. He was still holding half of a peach cake in his hand. He tiptoed and looked into the distance. He said vaguely, "There are so many people. It seems that the flower drum has begun. Let's go there first." "Brother Rui." Shui Rui nodded. Feng Xiaomiao then dashed towards a certain direction like a monkey. Yu Shu was just about to follow when someone patted her shoulder lightly. She turned her head, and a warm breath brushed past her ear. "Third younger sister rarely goes out, so I'll have to trouble you to help me keep an eye on her. Be careful not to let her get lost." Yu Shu shrunk her neck and made a "n" sound. She avoided Shui Rui and stepped to Shui Jinshuan's side. She held the little girl's hand. "Jinshuan, let me hold your hand. Come with me." Little sister Shui rarely got so close to others. Although she was a little nervous, she still nodded and let Yu Shu pull her forward. Chapter 333. Because of the festival, there are many celebrations on the Chunlan River. There are many folk customs, such as fighting for flowers and birds, and burning incense to drive away insects. The most eye-catching thing is the donation from the rich people in the city. On the long river, there are more than 100 dragon heads flowing in the shallows. Sailors are holding baskets and scattering ash to attract the dragons. There are drums on the shore. People who are interested can go to the river to touch the dragon head and get some happiness. Along the riverbank, there were peddlers selling flowers, fruits, and steamed black and white glutinous rice balls. It was a must to eat a few during this season to show respect to the Lord of the Earth and to get rid of the bad luck on one's body. Yu Shu and the others were walking and stopping on the riverbank. After tasting the glutinous rice balls, 2 girls stopped in front of an old woman who was selling flowers with a big basket. They were picking out the fresh flowers that were picked early in the morning and still had dewdrops on them. They are not expensive flowers. Most of them are wild flowers that can't be named. However, the fragrance is not reduced. Yu Shu is in a good mood and picks out 2 pink apricot flowers. She compares them to Shui Jinshuan's face and puts them next to the bead on her ear. She looks at them and finds that Xue Xiamei's complexion is much rosier. Xue Jinchuan touches the flower petal on her ear and shyly lowers her head and rubs her toes. The old woman says to them with a smile, "Both of you look good." The younger sister wears an apricot and the older sister wears a hibiscus. It's good to have both good luck and good luck. You really know how to say auspicious words. Then I will buy another hibiscus. Yushu readily accepted his advice and took out a bright red hibiscus, but she did not put it on her head. Instead, she broke off the flower branch and inserted it into the left button of her shirt, turning it into a fake brooch. When Xue Rui saw that they had made their choices, he went forward to pay for them on his own accord. Because it was not anything expensive, Yushu did not fight with him over it. She then brought little sister Xue to another place to look at something new. Feng Xiaomiao disappears as soon as she gets off the carriage. At this moment, she comes out of nowhere and squeezes in front of them. Lotus Room, where is Brother Rui? The word Lotus Room was originally a pseudonym that Xue Rui wanted to give to Yushu. Feng Xiaomiao called her by Yushu's name smoothly. He didn't change it even after he found out that it was Yushu's real name. Yushu just took it as an elegant name and let him be. Yushu pointed at Xue Rui, who was paying at the back. Then she asked, "Where did you run off to just now?" Feng Xiaomiao excitedly told her, "The Shuangyang Association has already sounded 12 drums. Someone has set up a stage on the south bank of the river and they are having a duel. They are fighting fiercely. Shall I take you to have a look?" When Yushu heard that there was an arena to watch, she was a little tempted. She was afraid that Xue Jinchuan would not like it, so she turned around and asked for her opinion. However, Xue Jinchuan was the most indecisive one. He hesitated and didn't say anything. It was unknown whether he wanted to go or not. Later, Xue Rui came over and made the decision. The four of them crossed the bridge and followed the crowd to the south bank to watch the martial arts competition. Every 3 years, the drums would sound on the first day of the Shuangyang Association. There were 12 huge drums on the riverbank. Around 100 young and strong drummers surrounded them, waving their arms and beating the drums. The rumbling was comparable to the sound of spring thunder. This was to inform the people who had come to attend the meeting that the Shuangyang Association had already begun and they could show their skills. Facing the Spring River, there was a 3-story Cheongyu Tower. The top and bottom of the tower were filled with the nobles of the capital. There were countless tea and wine tables. The most distinguished ones were the princes on the 3rd floor. They were high up and had a wonderful view. Once they lowered their heads, they could see half of the spring scenery on the Spring River. After another 3 years, there were a few more princes who were qualified to sit here. Prince Jia and Prince Ning were already of age and had long left the palace to build their manors. Before this, they had attended the Shuangyang Association twice. The 8th Prince Lu Du had not yet been conferred the title of prince. 3 years ago, he had also sat in Cheongyu Tower. As for Lu Tan and Lu Yi, because they were still weak, this was the first time they had appeared in the Shuangyang Association. For more than 100 years, the Shuangyang Association had accepted all the scholars and martial artists from all over the world. As long as they had a skill, they could try their skills here. They had also set up a 49-day arena. There were literary and martial arts selections, not sticking to a single style. The most important ones were the Yi Duel, where 18 grade Yi dojos from the north and south sent their masters to participate. There were also the Martial Duel, where 23 dojos and 6 escort agencies sent their masters to participate. Finally, there was the 100 Literary Duel, where scholars and poets gathered. Although they were all to select talents, the Shuangyang Association's requirements were much more relaxed compared to the Imperial Examination and the Great Yen Examination. Scholars did not need to pass the provincial and provincial examinations, and merchants did not need to have a recommendation letter from their masters to have a chance to make a name for themselves. The biggest difference between the two was that one emphasized the examination, while the other emphasized the competition. The two did not conflict. Naturally, there were examinees who participated in the imperial examination and came to the Shuangyang Association to compete before the results of the Great Yen examination were released. It was another good opportunity to gain fame and profit. As for the nobles and the rich who came to watch, their thoughts were different. Who knew which nameless person that caught their eye today and invited to join them, would become a Jinshi or Master Yi tomorrow? But these were not the reasons why the Shuangyang Association was unfailing. In the end, the true meaning of the Shuangyang Association was that it was a test for the future successors of the Dan Empire. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, but in the end, only one could become a true dragon. For the country, one must first know how to treat people well. This was a holy teaching left behind by the Dan dynasty's founder, Emperor Anwu. Future generations must not defy it. Therefore, the true protagonists of the Shuangyang Association were not the ambitious heroes on the arena, but the scheming dragon sons in Cheongyu Tower. As the elder brothers, Excellent Prince and Ning Prince each occupied the 2 seats on the second floor with the best view, sitting next to each other. On the arena below the building, the opening event today was a martial arts battle. Martial artists would fight against each other in pairs with all kinds of weapons at their disposal. On the stage, they would first announce their name, then they would greet each other with their fists and legs. Swords have no eyes. Good. This sword is good. Good martial arts. The people on the riverbank were bustling with noise. Nearby, there were a few layers of commoners watching the excitement. They were extremely excited. Many spies were also mixed among them, waiting for the experts on the stage to take a look so that they could help their masters find out where they came from. According to the teachings of the Jin sect, all the princes who attended the Shuangyang Association would only have 2 seats next to them, 1 Qian and 1 Kuan. They could be used as strategists or as barters, but they could not be the celestial commissioners' barters or court officials. Therefore, beside every prince, other than the servants who served tea and a guard, there were only 2 people who could offer advice. Excellent Prince Lu Si was playing with a Tai Chi jade lock in his hand. He didn't know how many times he had turned his head to look at the veiled young woman sitting beside Lu Hao. Lu Hao took a sip of tea and turned to look at Lu Si. He joked, "Why isn't 4th brother looking at the arena, why is he looking at me?" Excellent Prince was caught red-handed by him, but he wasn't embarrassed. He simply asked, "7th brother, which family's young lady is at the Kuan table?" "She looks familiar to me." Lu Hao laughed. "I also wanted to ask 4th brother about the 2 you're sitting with. I recognize one of them, Mr. Ming De. Every time I read his articles, I admire him very much. I originally wanted to invite him this time, but 4th brother beat me to it. As for this lady, she doesn't look like someone from the capital. I wonder where 4th brother invited her." Lu Si first heard him compliment the Qian table and felt a bit proud. Hearing him ask about the Kuan table, he didn't conceal anything. He pointed at the table on the right and introduced, "This is Lady Qing of the Wenqin family of the Northern Fu. She is the 6th-generation successor of the secret script." Just 2 short introductions were enough to show the extraordinariness of the Kuan table. Everyone knew that the south had Xiaojiang and the north had Wenqin. These 2 families with the surname Yi were illustrious. 100 years ago, they each produced a Yi who created a unique technique. That Lady Qing, who was around 30 years old, heard Lu Si's introduction and stood. She bowed to Lu Hao in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. She greeted, "Greetings to Ning Wang." Lu Hao narrowed his eyes and only nodded his head in return. He didn't reveal an expression of surprise as Lu Si had expected. He turned his gaze back to the matches below. Lu Si sat a bit disinterestedly, but he forgot to inquire who the woman sitting at the Kuan table on Lu Hao's side was. On the other side of Lu Si sat the 8th Prince Lu Du, and on the other side of Lu House sat the 9th Prince Lu Tan. Both of them also had people accompanying them. Not to mention Lu Du, on the queen table on Lu Tan's side was Jing Chen's Shimi, the female cultivator of Tai sect, Shui Yun. Unlike the rest of the men and women on the Qinquan banquet, the table in front of Shui Yun wasn't filled with brush, ink, and paper, nor was it filled with the 8 trigrams. Instead, there was only an ancient lot pot with nearly 100 pitch-black lot strips inserted in it. It was unknown what they were made of. If one paid close attention, they would find that every time someone changed on the arena, she would watch attentively, draw out 2 slender black sticks from the pot, and calculate with her fingers. After about 10 minutes, she would insert the black sticks into the pot, shake them and mess them up, and then take them out next time. The people present were used to seeing strange people, so they didn't blame her. Shui Yun's movements were not eye-catching, and she was young, so they only thought that she was invited by Lu Tan to make up the numbers. They didn't know the power of the black sticks. There were too many people below the arena. Shui Rui and Feng Zhaomiao acted as flower protectors, one on the left and one on the right, pushing through the crowd and protecting the 2 girls, Yu Shu and Shui Xiaomei, who squeezed to the front and stood in a good position to watch. When the fighting on the arena was about to get interesting, the first part of it was just some flowery but impractical moves. Just now, there were 2 martial artists fighting, one with a 9-inch sword, the other with a scimitar. They fought back and forth, the light of the knife and the shadow of the sword were very enjoyable. Although it was not the first time for Yu Shu to see a real knife and a real spear, she had never seen a real martial arts competition. As a layman, she was soon dazzled and her blood surged. Like Feng Zhaomiao, she clapped and cheered with a group of onlookers. Because Shui Rui's martial arts skill was not bad, he did not pay any attention to the small fights on the platform. His attention shifted upwards and he stared at the crowd of figures on the top of Cheongyu building. He could vaguely distinguish who was who, and he plotted in his heart. One of Lu Tan's seats was a junior sister from the same sect as the Daozi. According to what Lu Tan told him in private, she was a junior sister that possessed peerless skills, and the other was an extraordinary person that Shui Rui had personally invited. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.